Welcome. In front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and today I will show you how you can go through the setup process of this device. So, to get started, we're gonna click on the only option that we have right here. And then from the list of languages, you want to find your desired language. I'll be choosing English. Moving on. We can then select our region. In any case, I recommend changing to selecting one that is in the European Union, as this, if I'm correct, gives you the same legal treatment as we have right here, which means it's good. So, as an example, if I am correct, which I haven't had the chance to test it out yet because I don't think it's in effect yet, but at the moment Samsung is going to finally comply and decide that paying fines is not worth it with the forced opening of their ecosystem to other third-party stores instead of just being reliant on App Store. Then they will only apply this kind of openness to European Union, that is basically beating them into submission with this, with fines, but not anyone else who doesn't have this law and it's not fining them. Therefore, US will still have their nicely locked iPhones, but not EU. So by selecting EU, hopefully that would force them to apply the same kind of treatment that I would have right here, and you can use any third-party other stores other than the Play Store or App Store from Apple in this case, like I was giving an example. So select anything that is in a European Union, and for some reason we need to restart the device. And you can see we're now, after the reset, we're back on in the setup. Next page. So here we have the user license agreement, which we only need to agree to. You can also tap on an arrow and read what you were exactly agreeing to. Let's be honest, not a single person, I think, reads this. So I'm just gonna select next. I also want to point out that by selecting next, you haven't actually agreed to anything. Technically, I just want to point that out. It's not really legally binding if you say next, not agree, but who knows? I'm not a lawyer. Next, we have easy setup with another device. Now this will mean that on my phone, oops, let's try that again, because it just disappeared. And go back. Next, you get this. So you can see it pops up with the easy setup for the tablet, so to get all the data that is on here, at least the ones that can be stored on the cloud, and then move it to this device. So you can utilize that. For Samsung specifically, there is a better option than utilizing this crap, which is the Samsung, I think, Smart Switch. I think that's how it's called. I'll look it up at the end of the video, as it is pre-installed on every Samsung device. But other than that, this is one of the ways you can copy up some data. We can select setup manually, and I believe there is going to be another one which will be using the Google account. It'll show up as well. But in any case, here we have right now the option to connect to our network. This is optional and we can skip this. Now I want to point out something. Samsung started lying about this, yeah, this is misinformation at best, and malicious lie at best. So set up or skip Wi-Fi setup, and they're telling us that without Wi-Fi we can't connect to the internet. Well, no shit. No, not connecting to internet means we won't have internet. Please tell me more. Now it's written here like it's not gonna show up again. That's just bullshit. And in general, this just so pointless. Next, we have install software updates. Okay, fair. This is okay. The next thing, not so much. Use devices protection features. What the shit are you smoking, Samsung, to bullshit your way so hard? And just to prove that, you can go. Now, I also want to point out, because this is showing up right here, what it's supposed to say, like every other Android does, which is that date and time won't be set automatically, which they decided not to mention at all. because it's much easier to push their shit and try to gather data rather than give you the actual legitimate information that they're supposed to have, like every Android does. So date and time is one, signing into Google account is another, and having access to Google login page while you're going to the setup also, I should add, and restore apps and data as data require internet connection from the cloud, obviously. Now, Samsung decided to mention none of those and actually give you lies. So I'm gonna ignore the date and time, it doesn't really matter. Protect your tablet. Whoa, I thought I can't do that. But you know what, benefit of the doubt. Maybe they won't let me set it up. I already know that they will. Wow, would you look at that? It's now protected. I thought that I can't from your bullshit message. So, like I said, it's genuinely a lie right there by a company that is trying to just have you sign into network for no reason other than just spying on you straight from the get-go. Now, another thing here, we have now services from Google, which kind of tie in with the other thing. So we have location, scanning, and sending user and diagnostic data. Now we can turn those off, but let's not kid ourselves. This is Google, and we already know that Google doesn't really care too much about these toggles. You might not want them to know your location or gather your data. They're just gonna take it as you asking them and ignore it. They're just gonna tell you that they're not doing it. It's like your girlfriend telling you that that she didn't cheat until you actually find out and prove it. But in any case, so if these toggles actually did something, corporations like Google wouldn't be in class action lawsuits, antitrust lawsuits, and so on. So take this with a grain of salt. Additionally, people wouldn't be found when they're carrying their devices that don't even have a SIM card in it while they're breaking the law if these toggles actually did something. I want to just kind of point that out. So moving on and ignoring this because it doesn't have any impact, we are now presented with Samsung Trash, which is specifically the auto blocker. This is something that Samsung implemented, at least at this moment, as far as I can tell, and what it does is try to protect their user. Now, what it does is blocks apps from unverified sources, blocks commands by USB cable, blocks malware images in messaging apps, and blocks non-official software updates. Now, I have never had almost any of these be a problem. And I want to point that out. I am a person that just kind of goes on the web and downloads anything that I deem that I'm specifically looking for, even if it looks like a shady thing. So I never, number one, received malware images through messaging apps. I don't know what messaging apps you're using. Get non-official software updates. You go to the settings for software updates. Where do people download software updates to have this as a problem? Get commands by USB cable. Now this is something that I actually used. Through ADB, you get commands, which you can do yourself, obviously, which usually you do that yourself, unless someone is trying to do that for you, like I guess this option tries to prevent you. But personally, I have been the only person that ever tried to use ADB commands on my phone to do certain things that are hidden away from Android, from the settings. So this was a useful feature, which this option blocks. Another one that I use even more often is the unverified applications, basically. So any kind of APK that you can download from the web, with this option you cannot install it. And typically you couldn't do that anyways because you had an option that kind of blocked you from it, but you'd get a pop-up letting you quickly turn it off. Here you actually need to go into the settings and turn this trash manually in the settings. You first need to find it in there. I recommend actually just getting rid of this right away. And additionally, while you can, load your device with whatever applications you can. For instance, something bands, which will be very useful to you later on, as you will lose the ability to install that later on, and I'm going to talk about it in a second. So load up any kind of application that is third-party, that isn't supported by Google at all, that you want to have in the future, as Google, sorry. because Google is going to roll out in 2026 a basically iOS restrictions. So you no longer will be able to install any kind of APK that you can find, as long as it's not created or signed off by a developer, and the developer obviously needs to pay a subscription or just kind of like some fee to be considered a developer or a reputable developer. We don't know much yet, but we know it's coming in 2026. So it's Google's way of trying to combat, as they're saying, they're trying to combat basically malicious malware applications. What it actually means, because no one is falling for their shit, is that they're sick and tired of having people use whatever they want on their devices, ad blockers and all that crap, and they're just locking down the system so they can easily get rid of this, because they just won't let people develop applications that people just won't be able to install them anymore. So that's just their way of not protecting you, it's to protect them. And truth be told, once you have a device that doesn't allow you to install this, you might as well use an iPhone. At least iPhone is going to be forced to open up their store, because they're literally a monopoly, and European Union is now forcing them to do so. Google is not sure what are they smoking to do this, but just know you want to use this as long as you can. And possibly another good thing that you could do to combat this is disable automatic updates. So your device doesn't update to the next Android and doesn't automatically have this garbage loaded up, so you can still install applications even after it rolls out. Hopefully, like I said, it's not out yet. It will be in 2026, so we still have several months to go at least. And if at least this Android version, which is I believe 15, won't have it at all, then you might as well stay on it and not update it and have more open system. Now, anyway, moving on. Hopefully you got some information out of that, as it is, without consider, a very important thing to talk about. Now, moving on, we have the choose your display mode, aka theme. We have light and dark mode. Choose whichever one you want. Please wait. Okay, and we're all set up. So we can select home, and there we go. The device is now set up. So if you found this very helpful, the rant itself and any information that I had provided useful, smash that like and subscribe. And thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to install Roblox on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. Luckily for you, installing Roblox is a very easy piece of cake, so let's just go with it. First of all, you want to enter your Play Store, but I will restart it just in case. Oh, we have a desktop now, cool. So we want to go into your Play Store and then we can head into search. Note that we actually need to have our Google account logged in, otherwise you won't be able to really do anything, which kind of sucks. Now, after you have added your Google account, and by the way, if you don't know how to do it, you can always watch our tutorial on our topic. You want to just search Roblox, and you probably want to ignore whatever is going to show in the sponsored tab, because as you can see, for me it's Genshin Impact for some reason. But of course we don't care about that, we want to care about Roblox, which is of course the superior game, there's no question asked. And let's just download this. And by the way, you can also enable auto open app when ready, and with that our application should automatically open itself, but I will try to cancel it whenever we install the Roblox. And of course now we can hit play, we can create an account or sign in into existing one, and you should be good to go. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to install and use ChatGPT on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. Even though that this tutorial really is targeted towards this specific device and it will be called like that, I actually want to target it to people who never really used AI, like some older folks out there, or younger, who don't really know how to start using AI. And we can of course start with the ChatGPT, but actually we want to start with getting the ChatGPT in the first place. So let's enter our Play Store, and note that you need to have a Google account for this, so make sure to be logged in. And now you want to start typing in ChatGPT. Now usually I would say you want to avoid anything that appears in the sponsored tab, but this time it's actually a legit one. Make sure to install the ChatGPT from the OpenAI, because if you scroll down you will see there's a lot of different chatbots out here, a lot of them, so you probably want to be very careful about this. But after you have made sure that you are installing application that's coming from the publisher of OpenAI, as you can see here, then you are good to go. So we have our ChatGPT installed, and now we can open it and let's begin. But first of all, we need to agree to a few things, for example, just terms of privacy and two very important information. We don't want to share any kind of sensitive information, since, well, they actually see everything you're talking to. So if you're going to be planning the, I don't know, assassination on someone or something, the OpenAI can actually access that chat history, so maybe don't do that. And the probably most important thing, that ChatGPT can be inaccurate, and it can maybe provide just outright false information about people, places, or facts. So just be careful about that, and let's go with continue. So here we have our, okay, I kind of screwed up. Give me my ChatGPT back. Thank you. So we have this screen. Of course, I am in the landscape mode, but if you're going into horizontal mode, then you should also see this exact thing. So we have our terms, which basically transports us into terms of usage. Same thing goes with privacy, and here we have settings. And we only have one setting currently, and it's to improve the model for everyone, which is kind of funny. Now, you will notice that we don't really have much going on right now, because we would need to create or log into account just so we can use more functions. But truth be told, you don't really need to. As you're starting, you don't really have to create any kind of account. You can just do continue with what you have here. If you want to have your ChatGPT actually remember stuff about you and remember the previous chats, then you probably want to log in. But how can we actually start using it? And what are like some general tips on how can we start using it? Well, ChatGPT is like your personal best friend that has the knowledge of entire internet. Almost. It sometimes gets things wrong, like it's completely normal for him to do, but he can do many different things. Actually, we even have some advantages here. For example, the ChatGPT could help me with getting advice, with coding, with writing, with analyzing data, summarizing text, surprising me, make a plan, analyzing images, and brainstorming. And many people use it in different ways, like many people use it to generate content, to generate some images, and of course we could do that too, but I think there are many better ways of using AI. But how can we even start prompting it? Like, how specific should be the prompt? And luckily for us, the prompt really doesn't have to be that specific. As you can see, I have written a prompt that is very short and very easy. I want my ChatGPT to give me some information about HardReset.Info. So we can simply hit that beautiful arrow, and now ChatGPT will search the web. And here we have a nice breakdown. But let's actually see what will happen. Of course, by HardReset.Info, I mean our YouTube channel, the one you're watching on right now. And you'll notice that ChatGPT accidentally screwed up. But finally, at the very bottom, because here it's saying it's only describing the hard reset as a way for you to perform a factory reset. by just wiping all the user data. You have, for example, information why and when you want to use it, how can you do it, the risks associated with it, with the most important one being the data loss, and the difference between a soft reset and hard reset, and only then it provides me a little bit of the information about our YouTube channel itself. So as you could see, even though I technically quoted our name, so it should search for HardReset.Info, it failed to do it because I didn't give him the specific prompt. So I will now create the new chat button, and I will try to input a new one, much more specific this time. And as you can see, this prompt right here is much more specific. And I basically asked him to gather information and facts about YouTube channel HardReset.Info. So we are specifying that we are not looking just for information about the hard reset itself. We want information about the channel, that name is very similar to the hard reset. And I also provided him with some additional tasks, which I'm going to use as a guidance. Like if I would, for example, delete all of this, then it wouldn't really matter. Like I have no idea how information the ChatGPT will provide and how specific the information is going to be. So I'm going to choose a very specific questions like, hey, give me a full timeline of their lore, how many videos they have, the net worth, how they operate, amount of information there, if it's a great channel or not, and will they be replaced by AI soon. I'm going to also add something very important. And thanks to that little line right here, I'm going to also receive links, and based off which the ChatGPT actually will provide me some answer. It's very important to remember that unfortunately these AIs can very easily hallucinate and just straight up make up facts or information that is just outright not true. So asking them for source, especially in research task, I guess this is a research prompt. Let's just show what will happen. He should be able to search for a moment, and only now we have some information. So let's see. We have what are we, and we are a tech tutorial / device support project, and we're focusing on providing how-tos, tips and tutorials related to mobile devices, and especially for patients like factory reset and hard resets. That's sort of true, but we have long past went out for this, and as you can see, I'm currently recording a ChatGPT tutorial, so that's pretty interesting. And we have multiple versions of our channel. I'm kind of disappointed. I was hoping they would say exactly what the language was original. By the way, if you didn't know, all of our workers, actually no, half of our workers are Polish, and like the base company is Polish. So yeah, Polska górą. Anyway, we have our timeline. So we have, oh nice, the sources are right here, and we can actually click them to see the source. And as you can see, the source is the official channel site, which is pretty interesting. And unfortunately, I do see some weird things going on, usually because there is a lot, like a very large gap here between, like, we basically have a hole in history. But actually, yeah, one could say that we don't have a hole in history because it did provide me some information. But let's go. Let's continue. We have metric with total video views of all time being almost 1 billion. That's pretty interesting. I'm pretty sure you can actually test that on the official YouTube channel, but okay. We have numbers of video uploaded, and we even have some weird artifacts that, hey, some sources show different numbers, some show different numbers. We also have information about the money. Also, it's pretty funny that the amounts are really weird. So as you can see, we have very different amounts of information, and now we can, yeah, as you can see, there is, like, just look how much information we got thanks to that single prompt. I can't really like go back because I don't have a chat history, but having a good prompt is the base of all the prompts usage of all the AIs. And as a general tip, I know that this video is pretty long and I'm not really showing much of like, I don't know, examples. I want to show a general rule of thumb, I would say, and it's to be very, very specific. Like, imagine the ChatGPT is a very new coworker in your company or whatever, and he's just stupid. He's just outright dumb. He doesn't know how to do his job. If you will task him with something, he will do it, but most likely he will do it wrong because he has no idea what he's doing. So if you're going to imagine the ChatGPT as this like stupid coworker, and then you imagine yourself explaining what you want him to do, he will do it because now he has clear instructions. Alternatively, you can sort of talk to him like a child who doesn't know anything, but that doesn't really help much, at least for me. And once again, personally, talk to him like a very, very dumb person. I know it sounds kind of funny, but trust me, it does help. And obviously, we have every single other thing we can task him with. Hey, write me a horror story about YouTube channel. Sure. Hey, here's the Excel sheet. Can you give me a nice information about what's inside? Sure. The code? Sure. Code me Flappy Bird in Godot 4.5. Actually, this version doesn't exist yet. Whatever. We can copy and paste text and it will summarize it for us. This is very great for cheating homeschool. We have the ability to analyze images because we can just prompt it with some images. So for example, we can go into photos and files. Oh, unfortunately, we can't do that without logging in. Most of these things we won't be able to do without ChatGPT account. So I also advise you to create an account. But we can, for example, get advice about creating a YouTube channel. I know everything is related to it, but sure, we can task him to make a plan. We can task him to surprise us. I'm actually going to just put this. And as you can see, it can be sometimes creative. Yeah, I know that many people have this conversation about AI not being creative because it can only like re-trigger, repurpose things that it saw online. And yeah, but basically we can also roleplay. Like we can literally just roleplay with it. It's pretty cool. There's also a whole site of roleplaying, like character AI, I think. There's a lot of different ways you can use it. I'm not even beginning to say about the AI prompt image generation or video generation or like audio and music generation. There's so much more to uncover. And to be honest, personally for me, I find it the best if you will just experiment. If you will just create an account so you don't have a daily token limit of being like 3 questions or whatever, and you can actually talk with the ChatGPT. You can also just ask him what he can do. Like, seriously. I will just put it into ChatGPT and you can see what will he do it. And as you can see, we have a lot of different things that he can do. And it's exactly what I've been telling you. We want to imagine that you're texting with someone who knows a lot about almost everything. And that's what it's like to talking to ChatGPT. Sure. And as you can see, here are very, very, very different things he can do. There's plenty of it. And yeah, that's kind of wild, to be honest. And once again, I want to end this video with a note that you should just try it out. You should just try to enjoy it. You should just try to find it. You can also just ask the ChatGPT itself what he can do, as I did before. But note that we don't really have that big of a response, only because the prompt is very, very short. It's not very specific. So the ChatGPT doesn't really know what to say. You will notice that he doesn't really mention anything interesting, to be honest. And all of these things are very, very bare bones, and yeah, that's pretty bad. But anyway, that marks the end of this video. If you have some tips and tricks for, once again, like some newly AI users, make sure to share them down in the comments below. I'm sure they're gonna love it. And Yeah, if you found this video useful, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And as always, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 and let me share with you how to reset camera preferences on this device. So let's begin with opening the camera app, and currently we are in the standard video mode. We can switch it to the photo one, it doesn't really matter. All we have to do is to tap on this 4 dots icon and go to the settings. At least try. Settings, okay, we've got it. So all we have to do here is to scroll down to the very bottom to find reset settings. Actually, before we'll do that, I would like to maybe turn on the composition guide. Okay, turn on. Maybe green lines only. As you can see here, we've got those lines and they should disappear after resetting. So I just want to show you the evidence that the reset option will work. So as I said, 4 dots icon, go to the settings and scroll all the way down. Now let's tap on reset settings and tap on reset. And as you can see, we just got back to the camera and the green lines are not visible, which means that we just successfully reset all camera preferences. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome, in front of me is Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 5G, and in this video I will show you what to do if your face recognition scanner doesn't register your face correctly. First of all, you're gonna have to enter settings. To do that, you can swipe down the control center, then go to settings, and now scroll down to lock screen settings. Open them, then go to screen lock biometrics, enter your current password if you have one. If you don't have one, first set it up. Then you're gonna have to go to face recognition. Then, before you add a new face model to your device, make sure that you carefully wipe the surface of your frontal camera so you can see your face clearly in it, and also make sure to adjust the lights in your room for the same reason. Click continue and click register, then look directly in the camera and position your face in this circle. Now move your head up, tilt it down, and the face will be added. The last thing that we have to do before restarting this tablet and checking out how the face recognition feature works is scrolling down until you find software update settings. Then click download and install and check if your device has any updates to it. And as you can see, my device is up to date, so I don't have to download anything. But if you do have updates to install, then of course go ahead and take your time and install them. Then just restart your tablet by pressing the power button and the volume up key, or just pressing power button and volume down key for a couple of seconds. Then select restart, then confirm, and wait until the tablet is restarted. Okay, right now let's first unlock it using a lock screen pattern, and then let's try to use our face instead. So first put your device on the lock screen, and then swipe to open, and if it unlocks your device, that means that your face recognition scanner is working properly. Let's test it a couple more times, and as you can see, it works seamlessly for me, and I hope that it does for you too. And if this video helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to install Amazon on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. So, every single application, almost every single application, can be installed via the Google Play Store, which should be located by default in here. If you don't have it, you can always get it from the app drawer. I don't think you can even uninstall it, even if you wanted to. But anyway, we want to navigate into our apps, and then simply go into search bar and enter search. Now, because I'm using the Samsung Pen or S Pen, by default we can actually draw in order to input our things. So for example, I can draw and simply type in Amazon, and as you can see, even if you have very bad writing, you can still use it and just to search for something. And now here we have Amazon Shopping. I'm going to install it. And of course you also have Prime Video, Amazon Music and all other Amazon applications, but I'm going to leave the normal Amazon Shopping. Of course, if you want to change it, if you want to change how you are actually writing, we can do that by switching to keyboard mode in here. And now you have your keyboard, you can also freely move it. And we can use our keyboard to type in Amazon Prime here as well. But anyway, now since we have it, we can, for example, move it to our main screen. And we'll put it in here. Nice. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to install Messenger on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So, all you want to do is just enter your Play Store, but I will restart the Play Store just in case. And this is the fresh Play Store screen, and you want to make sure that you are logged in into a Google account, because if you aren't logged in into a Google account, you won't be able to install things through here. But after you have done that, after you have added your Google account, and by the way, if you don't know how to do it, you can always watch our tutorial on that topic. But we can now enter search bar, and we can start typing in Messenger, and usually a couple of first letters will just do their job, because search bar actually suggests pretty well. And now you want to ignore whatever is going to display at first, because it's a sponsored tab and usually it's not anything you actually want to install. Like in our case, it's ChatGPT. And a very extra warning when coming to install Messenger, you want to make sure that you're installing the right application, and you can test that by seeing who's the developer. And of course we want to be downloading the application from the publisher of Meta platforms, because as you can see, there are plenty of different messaging applications. Somehow they kind of look similar. I totally can get why, for example, someone would think that this is Messenger, even though it's not, even though it has only it has only 500,000 downloads. It is not the official Messenger. You will get scammed. It probably has ads. Hard to predict. So make sure that the icon looks somehow similar, and always check developer. But now we can install it. If you have poor interconnection, you could go into auto open when app is ready. But as you can see, that was pretty fast download, and now you can just open the application. And you can log in by your Meta Quest, sorry, not Meta Quest. You can log in by your Meta account, and you can just start typing in with your friends, family, maybe even enemies, or whoever else. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got a Galaxy Tab S11, and let me share with you how to virus scan your device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here we have to scroll down and find the option which is called Device Care. Then let's go to App Protection and tap on Turn On. Tap on Turn On and tap on Scan Tablet. And now your device will basically scan itself in order to check any kind of malware or viruses or problems which might appear. And basically after that, after the full scan, it will show you the results. If everything is alright, it will obviously show you this information, but if not, if it will find something which is a little bit risky, then it will show you the info about it, and it will guide you through all of the steps, thanks to which you can remove the malware or virus or whatever it will detect. As you can see, in my case, everything is alright. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome. In front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and today I'll show you how you can insert SD card into this tablet. So, before we get started, you'll need to grab a SIM ejector like this one, which will come provided with the device in the box. Might not look as fancy, but it should be there. And if you can't find it, you could use a paper clip, just on one of the ends, and it should work just as well. So once you have either one of those, you can pop out the tray, which is located on the same side where you have your power and volume markers. As you can see, it's right over here. And there's cutout. You also have an insert area, so using the tool, just push it in there. So when you push it in, you can see the tray pops out enough for you to just pull it out. Now on the tray, these are the top side, you have nothing, it's completely filled for me. Chances are if you have a LTE version of this tablet, you would have a SIM tray right here, but I don't. So I'm going to flip it to the back side, which has my SD card spot. So grab your card, place it like so. Make sure that the card is completely flush on the tray. As you can see, it is for me. If you flip it over, the card shouldn't be falling out of the tray, which it's not for me. So from there, I'm gonna insert it back into our device. Now the tray goes only one way, so if you're putting it wrong and it's not really, for example, wanting to go in, just don't force it. There we go. And once you insert your card, it should start working right away. And I already can see that it is being detected. We have this icon for our SD card inserted. So there we go. Now, if you found this very helpful, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I'm going to test the Drawing Assist feature on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. So, I'm going to activate the Drawing Assist now, and if you don't know how to activate it, well, you basically want to use your S Pen, get into the air center, and then you can just hit draw, and you can draw something, and then you can technically generate it in certain art style. So, without further ado, let's start drawing. Okay, so I have this very simple house, but I don't want to make it too easy for the AI, so let's add some more details. Okay, I have added some very simple details. I will set it to sketch, and let's try to generate our beautiful hill with a house with 2 trees and 2 flowers and a sheep. Surely the AI will handle this very simple doodle that even a child will draw. Hopefully. Most surely. The truth is, I actually tried recording this video, and this thing was happening. So I'm going to go text to image, and I'm going to type in hill with house, and I almost know how to do it, so let me try to rephrase myself with a house. And I was really struggling to get the AI to work, so I have found out that if you put a prompt to it and then hit generate, it should start generating again. For whatever reason, I have no idea. Maybe you have to like warm up the AI. Maybe it can't handle the sketch at the first glance, but then it can handle it. So as you can see, we have our beautiful sketch, which almost looks too beautiful because it basically ignored our sketch. And now if we delete the prompt, we only focus on this one, and then we hit generate. If my theory is correct, that is, then we should be able to generate using it. I hope so. I know that this is a test video, and I don't want to be too negative about it, because hey, they have made this cool feature, and then they kind of advertise it as this big thing, and finally now it works. So if you have troubles with this feature, why did you? What is this? Okay, never mind. If you have troubles with this feature, then once again, you want to type something in so the AI can like warm up and then you can use sketches. Okay, so simple architecture is doable. Let's try to use something human. Okay, I have this very simple character. I want to also generate it, but I will try to generate it in Sketch and then I will try to transform it into 3D cartoon. So let's see if this is going to work. Hopefully it will, unless I will have to also write a prompt with very simple human doodle. But okay, this takes way too long. So once again, I need to type in something like human character, and then I can hit done. Then I want to hit generate, and only after I'm going to do this with a prompt, I can do this after without a prompt. It's very bad feature. I was hoping to only be using my sketches as a reference. Unfortunately, I was asking for way too much, and this is not even similar to the thing I drew. It's kind of bad, to be honest. So now I can get rid of the prompt. I can try to take this. I can want to get rid of the prompt, and only now I can hit generate. And I hope that now my little character will generate, and I hope that then I will be able to leave the sketch, because I think sketch is probably the simplest that AI can do, and I will try to go into, for example, 3D cartoon or not. So I'm really disappointed in this feature. I think it's kind of obvious why. I will try to do something very simple. I do think that this counts as very simple, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I have to input the prompt that will completely override my art. As you can see, this is the one from the doodle. This is the one with hill with house. Do you see similarities? Because I don't see any kind of. And here the same thing. I cannot generate anything from this alone, but with a prompt now I can. Just incredible. I want to do a very simple test. I wanted to draw the thing on my sketch. So let's see if this is going to work, because I have kind of lost all hope with that feature. I was really hoping I could like draw some cool stuff, and okay, so this drawing assist thing is very bad. I have no idea why I keep getting errors, why I have to use the prompt, because if I'm not going to use the prompt, then AI is going to think I'm asking it for something. I have no idea what I'm even asking. Like, I'm just trying to do something like very simple doodles, which I think was I was supposed to draw doodles, and that's how this was advertised as, and the AI is struggling with that and needs prompt, because otherwise something went wrong with the image generation. That's very sad. I'm going to try to draw like a cat or something. Maybe the AI has more stolen images of cats that they can reproduce, hopefully. Okay, I have failed at drawing a cat. This looks like a rat. But let's try to generate from my sketch, or let's try to bring my drawing to life. I know I promised to not say any kind of anything negative, but I'm really disappointed in this, because this is the feature that outright isn't working. I have to prompt it with something, so I will type in rat, I will hit done, and you can watch the chaos unfold as the AI will generate something completely unrelated to my drawing. Unless it will, for some reason, then I'm going to be really surprised, but I'm guessing this will just this will draw, I don't know, in Ghibli style or something. Yeah, this totally looks like my drawing was even taken in consideration while sketching this beautiful art. Like, this is very pretty art. I know this, it's very nice, but that's not my, it's not my prompt. And to be honest, now I'm kind of wondering how this got made, because technically this doesn't have a prompt. This does, this doesn't, this one did work. Finally, at last. This one failed. Like this one, this was the original, which got removed, but I had this human character. Then I tried to work around it and I wanted to prompt it to draw what I'm drew. My guess is that AI for some reason doesn't see anything that's get drawn, which is really a shame, because I was hoping I could test this feature, like I could play around with all different stuff. I don't think changing the style will help at all, because I do still think that the sketch version is the easiest version, and I'm really disappointed that the error message like isn't telling us anything. Oh wait, it had the prompt, right? Did it have the prompt? Yeah, it had the prompt of human character. Let's try once again. Or maybe the sketch was the hard one. Maybe I should have tried and testing that with illustration. I have no idea. And I have no idea why the prompt was human character and I got a sheep or something similar. Oh my god. Absolute cinema. So couldn't you like tell me earlier that the sketch didn't work? Are you stupid? Okay, as my last drawing, I drew this very sad human / seagull abomination that's very mad, because the seagull wanted to test a very nice AI feature that was like advertised everywhere, and it failed, and the seagull didn't know why, and as you can see now it works. Maybe the sketch was just wrong, I have no idea. It didn't tell me that, hey, something went wrong with the sketch, try other style or something. Was it really that hard? And by the way, this is not very similar, at least I don't really think so. Where is my original thing? It doesn't really looks like anything like that. Okay, so as my last magnum opus, I have drew this horror creature that I think is really a big metaphor of how I feel about the drawing assist feature. It's going to be really funny if it's going to throw an error. If it's not, I think it's going to be very funny as well. But oh, it worked! Oh my goodness! Let me try that with 3D cartoon perhaps. And it's actually not really clear what's going on right now. Is it using the AI thing to generate another AI thing? Or is it going to, how this looks even worse? Oh, can we just continue going with that? Can we just generate the worst and worst version based on the previous AI generated thing? And another question, why does it look right now? Yeah, so it's pretty fine. This is the best one, and it's only getting worse from here. So let's watch the chaos unfold, because I have no idea, but this feature, you wouldn't guess it, didn't work before. It did not. I caught this on camera. It's on the camera. It did not work. So I can just continuously generate 3D cartoon based not on my drawing, I guess. My drawing is all gone now, which is really bad. And once again, I have no idea why it didn't work before. Was it because I was trying to use a sketch? Oh my god, this looks very bad. Let's try to get first one. Let's sketch it. Because, okay, maybe the sketch is not the thing it's working. I thought that sketch was the easiest thing to get working with, but apparently not. Apparently now this should throw an error for some reason. I have no idea why. Maybe sketching is really hard or not. Look, there is no error. There is literally no error whatsoever. Like, we can even go to view all and go into Webtoon, and we can generate something from Webtoon. Like, it's going to work now. Out of thin air, it's going to work. Why? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea why the feature didn't work before, and now it does. It makes no sense whatsoever. But okay, it's enough about me ranting. So I'm going to grade this feature, this drawing assist thing, 4 out of 10. There is some potential, I guess, but at least for me, I have encountered many different and, at first glance, random errors that I couldn't fix, and now it's working perfectly fine. Why? I have no idea, but yeah, as you can see, this is, by the way, this is not 3D, it's not illustration. But yeah, that's all for this video. If you found it somehow useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching, and see you next time. Bye. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to set 3-button navigation on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. First, you want to navigate into your settings. Then, you want to scroll down a little and then enter Display. Inside Display, we can scroll down until we will see a section called Navigation Bar. And in here, you can switch from swipe gestures to buttons. As a little fun fact, you can also go into more options and, for example, change the order of the buttons or change its position from left to right. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Bye! Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to install Facebook on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! First, you want to simply click your Play Store. Of course, if you're not logged into a Google account, you need to log into a Google account, otherwise you won't be able to do it. Then you want to head into Search and simply type in Facebook. Of course, you probably want to avoid clicking anything that is in the sponsored field, because usually it's not the thing you're actually searching for. As you can see in our case, it's ChatGPT, which we don't want to. And when you're installing Facebook, you want to make sure that this is the proper Facebook from the Meta Platforms Inc. Otherwise, everything else is probably going to be different. I would say that you probably want to look at the icon, but if this video is like now 5 years old or something, then there is a very high chance that the icon is slightly different. But yeah, all you want to do is just hit install. We can also enable auto open when app is ready, but I have a pretty good internet connection, so as you can see it's installing pretty quickly. And now we can simply hit open, and we can just log in and start Facebooking, start messaging our friends and family, stalking their photos and all of that. And yeah, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix auto brightness not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So, first of all, let's simply check if we have our auto brightness enabled. We can do that by heading into the settings, then scrolling down into display, and then, well, just enabling the adaptive brightness, because as you can see, I have mine disabled. and just simply enabling it or disabling and then enabling it once again should help with any kind of auto brightness related issues. However, if it's not helping for whatever reason, you also probably want to check if you don't have power saving mode enabled. This is because by default, if we go here, you will notice that it does decrease the brightness by 10%, and if you have some sort of system like by routine or automatic that will enable the power saving mode sometimes, this will also sometimes just decrease the brightness. It does help your battery, but it does give you the illusion that something is wrong with your auto brightness. But if you made sure that this is fine and it's working properly, and your display you have your adaptive brightness enabled, you probably want to reboot your device by expanding the control center and then clicking power icon and then restart. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but trust me, rebooting your device really helps. Not only you are rebooting the software, but hardware as well, including the sensors in your camera that are responsible for detecting the light levels around you, and then using that information, the adaptive brightness feature can actually do the magic, which is pretty cool. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to fix your battery percentage not showing on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So, as you can see, I'm currently charging on my phone and my tablet because I have no idea how much battery it has, but I do see that it's fairly low. Once again, no specifics. So, let's fix that by going into settings, scrolling down and heading into battery. Inside battery, you want to scroll all the way down, and here right above battery information we have show battery percentage. All you want to do is you want to enable it, and now we can see the exact percentage of our battery. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to set gesture navigation on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! As you can see, we are currently having this free button navigation thing, but let's change that to gestures instead. First, we want to navigate into our settings. Then you can scroll down a little and enter a section called Display. In here, you can scroll down once again until you will see navigation bar. It's right below taskbar and channels. And inside here, we can change from buttons to swipe gestures. By the way, if you have troubles actually using the gestures, we can go into more options, and for example, we can enable gesture sensitivity, or we can block the gestures while we have S Pen on. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Bye! Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to install Facebook Lite to save memory on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So, as you can see, we have our normal Facebook installed, but there is one single problem. This is a very, very large application. Now, on some newer devices, this isn't really an issue because you have plenty of space, but on some older devices, a very big Facebook application can kill your memory. Trust me, I know something about it, so let's change it. First, we want to enter our Play Store. And as you can see, I have already searched for the Facebook and we can see it right here. And you will notice that the similar app is available called Facebook Lite. But before we actually click that, we can simply go and uninstall our normal Facebook. And I want you to pay attention to the size of the application. We have our Facebook Lite, which is 2.8 megabytes, which is very, very small amount. And when we click View, you notice that the normal Facebook application is 20. So what's 90, not 20, 91 megabytes. I don't think I have to explain how much of an increase that is. But of course, now you want to just hit install. and install your Facebook Lite. And if you don't really see the similar app is available, you can just always search for the Facebook Lite version, and you should see it right here. By the way, you probably don't want to click anything that comes up in the sponsored field, because usually it's not even related, even slightly, to your search bar. And that's literally it. You can now hit open, you can log in as, I have no idea why it's horizontal now, but whatever, you can now just log in. Seriously, what happened with my auto rotation? Thank you. You can just log in and scroll through the Facebook, contact your friends, messages. You can even contact your enemies if you have some. Yeah, you have plenty of things to do. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to install TikTok on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! Of course, we can simply start with heading into the Play Store. We can actually reset the application. And now, in order to use the Play Store, you need to have a Google account, and you need to be logged into that Google account on your device. If you don't know how to add the Google account, you can always watch our tutorial on our channel on that specific topic. But anyway, well, technically we have TikTok right here, and the oh, streak pets, what are these? Never mind. We technically could hit install here, but because this is a big ad gallery, there isn't like a possibility that the TikTok will be here always. So instead we want to head into search, then you want to click search bar, and once again TikTok is really predatory, but let's just search for it. So we want to go into TikTok, and now we can go and install it. Now I want you to be pretty careful, because you almost never want to really see anything on the sponsored tab, because as you can see, it's very rarely about the thing we actually search for. Though technically TikTok and the Reels are fairly similar, I guess, somehow, but never mind. All you want to do is now hit install. We technically can also enable auto open when app is ready, but if you have a pretty fast internet connection, you don't really have to do it. Though it is a nice convenient way of auto-opening the apps when they are ready, especially if they have some like open sound, then you know that your app is finished downloading, and you can just open it, log in, and scroll down endlessly. Of course, with that big of a tablet, you can have full, I would even joke that you could technically run like 2 copies of the TikTok, one on the left side, one on the right side, so you can consume content twice as fast. Damn. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to boost and improve your gaming performance on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. Now, as you can see, I am not really a big of a gamer. I only have 2 games here, Roblox and Clash Royale, but that doesn't change the fact that I could try to improve their, well, performance. So, hence the title of this video. So, how can we possibly do that? Well, we want to enter our settings. And inside settings, you want to scroll almost all the way down, and we want to navigate into a section called Advanced Features. Here are very weird different features that are, as the name suggests, pretty advanced, but we want to scroll down and enter something called Game Booster Settings. So let's click that. And here is when the magic happens. First of all, we have the general tab called Game Optimization, and by default it's actually set to balanced, which is, as the name suggests, balanced. If you want to boost the performance, so you want to have your games like playing as smooth as possible, you want to switch the performance button to performance option, sorry. Though note that this will eat your battery quite fast, and from my understanding the battery isn't as great especially if you're playing a bunch of things all at once, then the battery is dead really fast. So alternatively, you could go into balanced, or even better, the battery saver option, but this is the kind of the other low end here. So we can go into the optimization, and now we can go into customizations for individual games. Let's say I don't really need to have Clash Royale running on my biggest speeds, because I don't think there's like frame perfect thing, or maybe there is. I'm not a big of gamer, to be honest. But let's say I want to focus on the Roblox itself. Well, here we have few different options. First of all, the game optimization. If we enable it, we can also change different things. So I will go with performance, and already we can see, if we press save and if we go back, that the performance for the Roblox is now customized, meaning that every other game will be balanced. However, Roblox will be playing at the performance optimization level, which will, as the name suggests, improve performance. The other part is the FPS, which also translates to frames per second, and you can only increase it to 60, which is quite odd because technically the screen itself has, as you can see here, 100 Hertz refresh rate, which once again will also eat a lot of your battery, but if you only care about performance, then you should probably enable it. And lastly, you can go into screen resolution. By default it is set to 50% if we enable this feature, but we can bump it up to 100. And generally speaking, I know that the individual game settings are actually used to lower the performance for some cost-heavy games, like, for example, the Genshin Impact, or like Call of Duty Mobile, which tends to be really needy, or like Fortnite Mobile and all of that. But of course, after you have changed your settings, you can hit save, and you can go and play your game. Are there any more things we can change? Well, if we scroll down, we also have the safe power during touch protection. It doesn't really matter, but we can disable it, then we won't be reducing the frame rates anytime soon. We also have screen resolution. By default it's 100%, so also if you only care about performance, I don't think you want to change that unless you want to unless you really care about space, then you probably want to lower the resolution of screenshots. But that's almost it. The only thing I can also say is to simply remove everything. So as I see here, I only have one thing on my applications running in the background, and it's just the settings. But generally speaking, you want to get rid of every single thing, and only then you want to enable your games, because otherwise they will just eat your RAM and you won't have as smooth experience as you could have. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to install Instagram on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So first of all, you want to simply enter your Play Store, though I will re-enter it so you can have a fresh new screen. Now, in order to use Play Store, you need to have a Google account. If you don't have a Google account, you can always watch our tutorial on how to add a Google account onto your device. But anyway, after you have done that, we can simply enter search bar, then search, and finally you can start typing in Instagram. Usually a few first letters will probably do their job, because as you can see, it's already recommended to us. And that's actually pretty funny, because usually I talk about how you don't want to click anything sponsored here, because typically you get some random stuff, random garbage that you aren't even searching for, which is pretty funny because this time it actually worked. But anyway, now you want to simply hit install. If you have poor internet connection, you can also enable auto open when ready, but I'm not going to do that since, as you can see, my internet is pretty okay. And now, after it's installed, all you want to do is just open it, and you can freely... I actually don't know what you do on Instagram. You can stack some famous people's photos, or you can waste your time on Reels. There are amazing things to do on this application. To be honest, I have no idea what I'm saying. But I know that this is the end of this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Galaxy Tab S11 and let me share with you how to set the camera timer on this device. So let's begin with opening the camera app, and currently we are in the standard photo mode, and all we have to do is to take a look at this option bar here, and the second position from the bottom is connected with the timer. So in my case I've got 2 seconds delay applied, but let's pretend we've got it turned off. As you can see, the timer icon is not visible. So now all we have to do is to tap on this 4 dots icon in the left on the left side, and here we've got the timer icon. So let's simply tap on it, and in this device we've got 4 different options, so off, 2, 5 and 10 seconds delay. So all you have to do is to choose the option. I'll pick 10 seconds delay, let me tap on it, and as you can see it will be notified here. So all we have to do is to tap on the shutter button, and from now on our device will count down from 10, 5 or 2 or 3 depending on which option you've chosen, and after that time it will simply take a photo. Alright, and we've got our photo taken. So if you wish to turn off the timer, you can do it quickly right here. Just tap on it and tap on this timer icon, and it will immediately disappear, and your device will take photos right after touching the shutter button. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up. Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Galaxy Tab S11, and let me share with you how to reset all settings on this device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here in this left section we have to scroll down in order to find General Management. Then let's scroll down and go to Reset, and here we have to localize the option which is called Reset All Settings, which is right here. So let's simply tap on it. Here your device will inform you what it will actually reset, so security settings, language settings, accounts, personal data, and settings for downloaded apps. So basically it will reset things like, for example, the screen timeout if you've changed it, or the navigation system, etc. So just the personalization. So just tap on Reset Settings, confirm everything with your screen lock, tap on Reset, and now your device will reset everything. It might need to be restarted, and yeah, just wait until it will be finished. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome, in front of me is Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 5G, and in this video I will tell you what to do if you cannot access your device using your lock screen pattern. So, in case you cannot remember the pattern that you entered the last time, and you don't have features like face recognition or fingerprint recognition set up on your device, then the only way to regain access to your device would be to contact Samsung customer support service. And if you can prove the ownership of your smartphone, of your tablet to them, for example by showing them a receipt from the store where you bought it, you'll be able to regain access to your account by going through some troubleshooting steps they will explain to you, and after that you'll regain access to your device without removing any data from it. Alternatively, if this is not a suitable option for you, you can perform a factory reset operation on your tablet. And to do that, you're simply gonna have to enter any web browser on any device that's other than this one, and then search for the Find Hub service. Open Find Hub by Google, then sign into this service using your Google account that is linked to this tablet by clicking sign in right here. Then select this device, this tablet from the devices list. Select it, then select factory reset device, confirm, and proceed by performing a factory reset on this tablet. Once the factory reset is performed, you'll be able to set it up as a new device, and your problem will be solved. Alternatively, you can perform a factory reset operation using recovery mode on this tablet, so you can do this locally too. And if you don't know how to manage the recovery mode on this tablet, then simply check out the video on our channel titled How to Perform Factory Reset Operation through Recovery Mode on your Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 5G tablet. And after your device is restarted, you'll be able to set it up once again. And hopefully this video was helpful for you, and if it was, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Welcome, in front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and today I'll be showing you a couple tweaks and the tricks you can do on this tablet. So let's get started by opening up our settings. Let's pick with this one. Anyway, from here we're going to begin from the very top, going down the interesting options. And starting off with the very first one, probably the most intricate one, will be the modes and routines. I hope I can set it up. Let's see. I am signed in, so I should have all the options. Anyway, in modes and routines, we can navigate to routines, and this is a great option for anyone who wants to set up a just smart home kind of automations, or just any kind of automations to be more precise. Now, let's create one as an example. I'm gonna go kind of in a full circle here with, let's just say, do not disturb mode for work purposes. This will be, to make it completely clear, a very simple example, but it can take it much further. Like I said, it's very good for smart home automations, as it does link with your Smart Things application. So if you have anything added in there, you can control it. So let's select add. I'm gonna click right here plus, and then if add a trigger, and we want to select if I arrive at a location. So I'm looking for, actually even better, probably one that is a bit more precise. In the case of work, will be Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi, if I really want to connect to it, so Wi-Fi network, there we go, connect, add to work network, there we go, that's the work network, done. Then I'm gonna search for okay, this is kind of becoming annoying. Can you just give me keyboard, please? Please give me keyboard. Oh, there we go. 1, 2. Do not disturb mode. Do not disturb mode on, and we can save this. So right now, done. The way this works is when I'm connected to this network that I have specified, do not disturb mode automatically turns on, as you can see. Now, we can add another one to undo this. So if swipe network, disconnect, add, same network, done. Then, again, please give me back my keyboard. Come on. Oh my goodness, this is freaking terrible. Come on, get me my freaking keyboard, please. Jeez. There we go. So, wait. There we go. So, now, once we save it, we have basically a round way. So when I arrive at work, it automatically turns on the not disturb mode on the tablet, and when I leave work, which would then subsequently disconnect from the Wi-Fi once I exit the range of it, it will automatically turn off do not disturb mode. And we can test this out by let's go back, and I'm going to turn off Wi-Fi. I don't know if this will actually work. It does. It automatically disabled do not disturb mode. Let's see if it's going to re-enable it. Yep, it did. So we can see it automates everything that you add right here. And like I said, you can take it a little bit further, add smart home appliances, turn on the lights, you can add times for them to be triggered, so you can make it a bit more precise. It's something similar to what, for instance, if you have smart home anything, you could do not as well, but considering it's baked in here, something like the Home Assistant. It does give you some options with locations, but it is revolving around the device itself. So obviously the device needs to have some changes to trigger these for the most part, connecting to Wi-Fi or so on. But obviously if you have a phone, you can also set that up on a phone as well, as this is, I believe, linked throughout the Samsung accounts. So anyway, that's one thing. Now moving on into sound, we have another nice option in here by going into sound quality and effects. Let's select allow, and at the bottom you'll find adapt sound. You can toggle it on, and we have several options right here. Now these refer to the normal kind of hearing loss that you develop over the years, and it tries to combat that by boosting specific frequencies that I guess are tested that you lose over the years, just on average. Obviously it won't be perfect for everyone, but let's disregard the normal hearing loss. It's not really the point of why I'm pointing this out. It's the last option, add personalized sound profile. Now, the reason I'm talking about it, that these don't really matter, is because, for instance, if you have some kind of earbuds or headphones, as this only works with earbuds or headphones, maybe some Bluetooth speakers, I haven't actually tested it out, but for certain, headphones and earbuds work. So let's say you have some earbuds. Now these are pretty good, but let's just say they were absolute ass, right? And they struggle to have any kind of bass, as an example. So you'd put them on, go through the setup right here, and when you're setting it up, the device will start playing very low volume sounds from either left or right ear. And all you need to do is select if you can hear it. Now, without actually having anything connected, I can set it up. So that's why I'm not doing this. But you just set it up if you can hear it or not. Now, the reason this matters is because if you have crappy, for instance, headphones, and they struggle to reproduce these frequencies that are being played, therefore, you won't be able to hear them. Not because your hearing is bad, it's because the headphones are bad. And by clicking that you can't hear them, because you can't, it will boost those frequencies up, hopefully making up for the lackluster sound quality of your headphones and making the sound audible now. So it will subsequently present you with a wider sound stage. So highly recommend checking that out. Now moving on, we can now move to the display, and here we have the light and dark mode, just a simple one, but under the dark mode settings we have the option to change it so it automatically sets dark or light mode based on time of day, sunset to sunrise, or you can select a custom schedule. Obviously might be useful if you are living somewhere like Norway where you have like permanent day sometimes throughout the year. So yeah, that could be more beneficial rather than sunset to sunrise, as I don't think it'll detect the sunset. Anyway, moving on, further down here we have motion smoothness. This is just a refresh rate of the display. The only reason I'm pointing that out is because some people don't really see much of a difference between these two, and sticking with the 60 will get you better battery life if you can't really tell the difference. And if you don't know what this is, it's just how frequently the display refreshes. Imagine these like very old stop motion animations where you have like different pictures, you spin it around and just, you know, each picture just kind of makes it look like it's animated. That's the same way that the display works, but at much higher speed. So by default it's 60 frames per second, so this would be the standard, but these devices run up to 120. So you get, imagine like 120 pictures shown while in a motion, basically in a single second. It gives you a much nicer looking image. Now, like I said, some people can't really tell the difference. The easiest way you can try to spot it is by, for instance, scrolling up and down and just paying attention how the text looks like in a motion. And then when you select standard, apply, you can do the same thing and see if you see any difference between it. If you do and it just annoys you how it looks like, then like I said, you can change it back to adaptive. I do see a big difference, so I do like the adaptive as it just makes everything look smooth when moving. But if you don't, stick with the standard, and this will get you better battery life. Okay, now scrolling further down, we have the edge panel, which is this little thing right here. You can pull it out, and let's first combat this trash right here. We don't need this garbage. It's completely freaking useless. So we're gonna click on the edit button right here, and 3 dots, and then we can just turn all of those off because they're, like I said, useless. While you're here, you can also add apps that you want to use more frequently. I'm just gonna add anything that rolls under my pencil tip. There we go. And you can add a lot of applications in here. I want to point out I only added like what, 6. You can have number 1 full column, actually full 2 columns, and if you exceed the amount of like how many are fitted here, it will become a scrollable list. As you can see, it tries to scroll, but there isn't enough applications right now. So you can have a scrollable dual column list right here. So fit as many apps you want, and if you want some other ones that aren't added, you can just utilize them from here. Now, the reason this matters is because you can just grab the app from here once you pull it out, and I can, by dragging it, I can drop it here. It will start to split screen with the concurrently open application. Move it to the other side, drop it here, same thing. It will just move the settings to the other side, and I can also drop it in the middle. And as you can see, it opens it up as a pop-up view. So from here, I can just move it around, resize it. I can just yoink it to the side, which just minimizes. It's still visible. There's also another minimize that you can do, which is clicking right here and doing this. And now we have an app header. So as you can see, this allows you to do a lot of things, and you can have a plethora of applications like this open, pop-up view, several applications at the same time, if I remember correctly. So let's try Drive as well. There's one more. Come on. Let's do Gallery as well. Boom. Let's do another one. Notes maybe. There we go. So you can see right now we have 4 different pop-up windows open, and we can obviously also split screen and do all that jazz. And once you minimize all of them, you can interact with this overlay right here, and that extends it and allows you to pick from the applications that you have already open. So there we go. Now, while we're already talking about this mode, let me just close all of this. We can go into the Edge panel and customize it. Now, I personally use this primarily on my phone, as it's just a bit more convenient for me, and this isn't my tablet. So how I like to set it up on my phone specifically is to have this toggle, this little Edge panel right here, be number 1, transparent. I'm gonna talk about panels in a second. So I like to have it transparent. So transparency, high. Position, for me, is right where the volume buttons are. Now on the tablet, it's a little bit more difficult as the volume buttons are right here. And I primarily use tablets in the landscape mode. So yeah, there is no volume buttons on the side. So I guess the best thing you can do is align it with the antenna, which you can see it's right here. There's kind of like weirdly colored bezel. So that's your antenna, and you can position it in the same place. You can also make it a bit wider, not like this, there we go, with this slider, so it's now taking more space, which means that it's much easier to pull it out, even though we can see it. Because when we go back, it will fully disappear. But like I said, because it's in a place where you have antenna, you kind of know generally where to swipe to get the panel. So that's one thing. Moving on into the panels, here you can see we have a bunch of panels that you can add. So let's just add something like weather, and now I can swipe onto the side of the panel, and it will switch between the pages. Now there's also option to download more panels through the Galaxy Store. Normally you should have a button for the Galaxy Store somewhere below here. I genuinely do not know why sometimes it's here and why it's not at other times. I am signed into the Samsung account, so I would believe that it should be here. But like I said, sometimes I have the button, sometimes I don't, and I have no freaking clue what actually triggers it. But you could just ignore the fact that it's missing from here. and navigate to your Galaxy store and just look for the panels in there. But I do want to warn you, they are for the most part the more useful ones, paid ones. So that's kind of crappy, but it is what it is. Okay, now moving on, let's go into the navigation bar. So here we have two different navigation methods. We have the buttons and the gestures. Now luckily both of them nowadays support circle to search, which I personally use quite often. If you don't know what circle to search is, it's a moronic name for a very good feature. Moronic name because you probably heard this name before, circle to search. But I can circle and it ain't searching shit here. So in reality what it is you have to, with the buttons, you have to hold your home button to trigger the circle to search. Again. There we go. And now I can circle something, as you can see, and it will select the text. I can actually select the text from here as well, which normally you wouldn't be able to. And you can also do this to search for images. So as an example, I can maybe like this. Let's see. I should have some garbage in the Photos application. Let's see. So here we go. I can probably search for this. So I guess I can do it like this. So let's do it like this. And look at that. It finds the channel right here and some other things associated with our channel. As this is obviously the channel logo. So pretty neat. And it gives you also information. So as an example, maybe you see a car while you're going about it. You can just launch the camera. As an example, I'm going to showcase this right now. You're going to open up camera and cancel. And I'm going to point it at the keyboard that I have right here. So this is my keyboard. I just want to sure that it's fully in shot. I hold the button. I don't even need to take the photo. I could, but it really doesn't matter. And later on, you just need to delete the photo. Might be easier for you to take a photo and then hold the button. To me, it doesn't really matter. So anyway, the reason I launch camera and then hold it is because now the camera sees the whatever it sees, which is in this case the keyboard, and when you hold it, it launches the circle to search, which freezes whatever was on the screen, which subsequently was the keyboard. And now I can just tap on this, select the entire keyboard, there we go, and you can see it automatically starts searching for anything that it can find that looks relatively similar to, for instance, images, and there is one right over here. So it has a different spacebar though. Let's continue looking. This is an AliExpress keyboard, to be completely honest, and I think this is honestly the one. It might have actually a spacebar like this in the rest of the caps, as they do come with certain keycaps that you can exchange. So yeah, this kind of looks very similar to what I have. So as you can see, we can see that this is on Amazon. I can just pick it up and yeah, works pretty well. Now, you can do this circle to search with the buttons, but you can also do it with gestures. Those gestures, you just hold the bar right here. And as you've seen with buttons, you have this taskbar, if you want to call it this way, that allows you to kind of use it the same way as the panel right here. So you can grab applications and do split screen like so as well, and the pop-up view and all that stuff. But if you switch it to gestures, it's a little bit more hidden, so you can swipe slowly up and it will bring up the taskbar and give you the same kind of versatility. At the moment you start interacting with the display, it disappears. I myself, I like gestures more, and I also just prefer the sidebar right here over the taskbar at the bottom. This is just personal preference. You can utilize whichever one you want. Now, while we're also talking about circle to search and the gestures, there is one thing that you can utilize by going, most likely, at least I think we can utilize it here. Let's check. We're going to go into store and we're going to search for, just give me a keyboard please, thank you. And of course and we can. Fantastic. So you can see I searched for good luck. Let's download it. This is a Samsung exclusive application. Now, this is something that you most likely want to get as it's Android features that Samsung decided to hide behind their account. It's features that normally some other devices have by default in the settings, and Samsung did too. But they decided to be piece of shit cunts that just took it away from us and put it into the app. That you now need a account because it's only available to you on the Galaxy Store and not Play Store. Fantastic decision here, Samsung. Go up yours, you know. Anyway, the actual features that it provides are pretty good. Honestly, a little bit better than what you would have by default. But the fact that they could have expanded on that in the settings instead of removing them altogether and forcing you to download this is the kind of disgusting part that I just don't like. But anyway, we're gonna agree here, and there's two different things that we're looking for that I personally use myself. Number one will be the NavStar, which is this one. We're gonna click on the download button right here, and another one is the QuickStar. Again, I'm gonna download this. Now, I believe it's the QuickStar is the one that is probably a little bit less useful on the tablet rather than on a phone, which is where I'm using this. But I still want to point that out if you will have some kind of use for it. But let's start off with the NavStar. So we're going to click on it, and then we're going to select Start, Allow All, and we're going to toggle it on. NavStar allows you to customize our gesture bar, along with actually buttons as well. But I'm going to focus this primarily with the gesture bar. So number one, we can make the hint transparent, which, as you've seen, it kind of shifts everything a little bit down. Now here it's hard to see what's happening as the color is the same. So I'm going to first turn it off and move over to, well, let's go back to the settings, because it's going to be visible right here. So pay attention to when I start scrolling. You can see that right now the display is selected and has this grayer selection kind of color to it, right? But it's cutting into the bezel right here, the whiteness. So the white is not transparent. You can see it's cutting into it. Now, if we go back to our transparent hints, we might need to reboot settings for this too. No, never mind, we don't. It's already taking effect. So you can see now, even though we have gestures, they no longer interfere with the actual area. They don't no longer create this white bar that houses the actual gesture bar right here, which obviously took space for no freaking reason. It obstructed just the tiniest bit of text, but it obstructed it for no purpose whatsoever. So we can obviously, like you've seen, make this transparent, and it no longer does that. Now, as you've seen, everything else also got shifted. That could get shifted because of that, like the buttons right here are now taking less space. You can see that they just snap back a little bit lower. Another thing that I can do is by scrolling down, we have the back gesture sensitivity, which is this one. You can make it so it's a little bit more or less sensitive if you're prone to having it either misfire when you don't want it to go back, or maybe you're having trouble actually not going back, then you can increase the sensitivity. And additionally, this is the better option here. We have the options to customize the bar itself, so we can go with the width of it, and so we can make it much smaller, and we can also change the transparency. Now, this is two things that we can do right here. I'm pointing these out first, as we can actually completely get rid of this bar, but I want to point this out. You can get rid of this bar, but if you use a third-party launcher, you will encounter problems. So these problems will be that the way Samsung removes this bar is by moving it down off the screen. Now, Samsung's launcher is purposefully designed to function normally with this kind of navigation in mind when it's off the screen. Third-party launchers, on the other hand side, get completely screwed up by this, and half of the time they don't want to go back home because they think that you're just trying to scroll up or down. instead of navigating home because the freaking bar is moved off the screen and completely F's up with the navigation while using third-party launcher. Therefore, I recommend going with this method by just making more transparent, because this is the max, it's still visible, but at least it's no longer cutting into your content, or with this option being selected right here, and it's well, slimmer, taking less space, so it's looking much more minimalistic. But for the people that actually want to completely get rid of it, because for instance you're using just a stock Android launcher, aka okay, never mind, it still picks up here as well. Great. So primarily if using this, you should have, I guess, less problems, as you just see me swipe 3 freaking times to go home, and I'm starting off the freaking bed. You can even see the fingerprint still here. I can actually get the light to shine on. Maybe a little bit hard. Whatever. But you've seen me do this and fail. So anyway, this already kind of screwed up, and I didn't even hide it yet. So I do want to clarify this right off the bat. Doesn't seem like it's going to have a great track record once I actually get rid of it. But could be, actually, let me check something. Oh, okay, so I know what the problem was. Sorry. It's the pen. The moment you have this little dot under the pen, even though I wasn't touching the display, it prevents touches from affecting the display. So that's why I wasn't able to go home, because I was kind of doing it in like a weird way where it was very close to the display and I was just trying to swipe up. So this is my bad. But anyway, so here we can navigate to at the top. You have the extra or enable extra gesture settings. So we're going to toggle that on. We're going to go into our settings, and now we have more options, actually more than more options in the gesture settings. Now before we did have the sensitivity, now we have the option to bring back the crappy old school gesture navigation from Samsung, which basically had buttons but as swipe gestures. But if we keep scrolling down, we have gesture hints. This is the hint. Gone. As you've seen, everything again shifted further down just because the way Samsung hides it. So that's what I was talking about. When you're using third-party launcher, this will be screwing you off. Here it's at the moment working fine, but for some reason the frame rate was just awful right now. And we have also gesture sensitivity here as well, and black gestures with S Pen, which isn't enabled right now, so I don't know why I couldn't go back home when S Pen was had this little icon, was too close to the display while not even touching it. It is what it is. But yeah, so you can get rid of it right here if you want to these hints, and now you have a completely clean look, which I don't recommend using with third-party launchers. Now, this basically sums up the things that I wanted to show you. The video is already pretty long, so I hope you found this very helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching. Welcome. In front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and today I'm going to show you how you can record a screen on this tablet. So to get started, you will want to swipe down from the top right side of your screen, and somewhere here you'll find a bunch of toggles, one of them being the screen recorder. For me it is right over here. Once you see it, you can simply tap on it. It will ask you what kind of media you want to record, or sound to be more precise. And we have none, media, and mic. I'm gonna stick with the default one. You also have the option to show touches and taps on the screen as a semi-transparent gray dot. Anyway, I'm gonna select start recording. It's a 3-second countdown, which we can skip. And you can see it's now recording with a timer. So we can open up some applications or record with those. So there is a limit to it. Some apps will not allow you to record them. I'm just going to open up one as an example, which is this garbage. Now you can see it's telling me to sign in right here. So there is something visible on the page. Well, let's close this. Let's stop the recording. And to play back your recording on the save, we can navigate into our gallery application. And you can see it right here, but it also might be easier to go into albums. And in albums, you will find screen recording album, in which obviously you will find just screen recordings and nothing else. So here's the one that I have captured. Now what you're about to see is a feature of Android that basically blocks the screen recorder from being able to see the screen, because this is not your device, it's the corporation's device, and they don't want you to record this specific application. This thing also affects this kind of garbage ass blocking of screen recorder also is affected in Netflix and basically any streaming platform. Now, it seems kind of hypocritical that, for instance, Spotify is blocking you because of most likely piracy concerns. But if you're pirating through recording, you're doing it wrong. There are much better ways. I recommend checking it out. And also the fact that the company literally came to existence by pirating music and then distributing it as they do right now is just beyond hypocritical. So you can check out other alternatives. There we go. That will be still better than what Spotify actually offers. Now, anyway, unfortunately, there is no way for you to know that certain application is blocking you. Samsung doesn't give us this nice information. Some devices do get the pop-up that basically screen recording is blocked or whatever, so you will end up with the black screen like you've seen here. But yes, on Samsung, if you're planning to record some application that you're uncertain about, I would recommend just capturing a couple of seconds, going, then stopping it, checking it in the app, and if it did record it, if you can see content, then that's great. You can just actually fully record it. Anyway, with that being said, hopefully you found this video helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to remove a Wi-Fi network from your Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. So first, we want to expand the control center from the top right corner and then press and hold the Wi-Fi icon. Now we can click Details, and then you want to go into Cogwheel. And in here, in the bottom right corner, we have Forget button. We can click it, and now our device will behave like it has never connected to that network in the first place. If you want to reconnect to it, you must enter the password as any other person would have to. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Bye! Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to remove a Google account from your Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! As you can see, whenever we, for example, go here, we can see that we are already logged into our, let's just ignore this, into our account here. So let's try to remove our account from our device globally. In order to do that, you want to first enter your settings, and then you can scroll almost all the way down, and then enter Google or Accounts and Backup. It really doesn't matter which one, so I'm going to go into Accounts and Backup. And now we can go into Manage Accounts. Here we can see our Google account, so we want to click that. And finally, right here we have Remove Account button. Note that this won't really remove the account itself, the account still will be existing and will be very fine. You will just remove it from your device, but no one is stopping you from just adding and logging it later. If I remember correctly, we must input our pattern in order to verify that we are indeed the people who want to get rid of the Google account, and after we done that, we have successfully removed Google from our account. Congratulations! And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Bye!
Welcome, in front of me is Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and in this video I will show you what to do if you cannot access your device using your PIN code. So first thing I want you to pay attention to is that you're trying to enter your security PIN code that you set up for yourself and not the SIM card PIN code for your device's SIM card. So just keep it in mind while entering your PIN code, because these two numbers are often mistaken for each other. Therefore, just make sure that you're trying to enter the right PIN code for your device. And if it still isn't working for you, then you can perform a factory reset operation on your device. You can do this both locally and remotely, but it's the second option that I would recommend. The first one would be contacting Samsung customer support service and telling them about your issue, and if you can prove the ownership of your tablet to them, for example by showing them a receipt from the store where you bought it, you'll be able to regain access to your account by going through some simple troubleshooting steps they will explain to you, and after that they will let you regain access to your device without removing any data from it. Therefore, I would recommend it as the first option, and as a second one, a factory reset operation, because after a factory reset operation is performed, your device you will erase all data from your device, but you will still be able to, you will still unlock it this way. So I consider it a legit option for unlocking your device. And in order to perform a factory reset operation, you can either use any other device to search for Find Hub service on Google using any other device of yours, then sign into your Google account that is linked with this tablet. Go to the devices list, select this tablet from the list, and once you select it, just select factory reset this device, then click next and proceed by performing a factory reset operation on this device. Now, once the factory reset is performed, you can set this tablet up again as a new device. And the other way to perform a factory reset operation on this tablet is by accessing the recovery mode. And if you don't know how to manage recovery mode, we have an entire video on our channel explaining how to perform factory reset operation through recovery mode on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. So if you need it, go ahead and check it out. Now for this video, this will be all, so I hope that it helped you, and if it did, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like and a comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In the video I will show you how to lock apps and hide photos on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! And you can begin by simply... Oh my goodness gracious, you didn't want to see that. Actually, that gives me an idea. How can I possibly hide the fact that I am the fan of My Little Pony? That was cringe. No, that doesn't really matter. How can we hide these photos? How can we hide any kind of application? Actually, how can we hide anything on our Samsung? Now, it really depends on how you really perceive hiding. Technically, even having a lock screen in the first place counts as hiding. But what if we want to have a lock screen inside a lock screen? Well, this is where the security folder comes in. In order to activate it, we want to scroll down and enter security and privacy. Then we want to scroll down once again and go into more security settings, and finally we can click secure folder. Here we have a couple of information, but it all boils down to a very simple premise. You have a folder that's locked behind the password. That's literally it. So let's hit continue. And by the way, you will need to have a Samsung account for this. If you don't have a Samsung account, this won't work. So let's go and agree. Let's give away a bunch of permissions. And now we are creating, or installing, in other words, the secure folder. So we want to wait for a moment. And finally, we have it here. We have the ability to set a PIN, a password, or a pattern. I'm going to choose a pattern, or actually I'm going to choose PIN because I have pattern as my lock screen password. So it will be slightly different. And we have a nice warning that if we will ever forget our PIN, we won't be able to access the secure folder and everything in it will be gone. So let's continue. And we have the warning that my PIN is 1234, but I'm going to use it anyway. But of course you probably want to choose something specific. And now we have the ability to allow reset with Samsung account. I will go with don't allow, but if you have a bad memory, I would advise you to keep that setting on. And we also could enable fingerprints, but I don't have any kind of biometrics information registered on my tablet, so I'm not going to bother with that. Now, we want to choose what happens when secure folder is locked. We can allow background activity, so every single application that is inside the secure folder by default will still be able to run in the background, or we can close everything while we have a locked folder. We can still change later on the settings, but I will go with this one, usually because, well, we are going to only be putting some photos here, some juicy photos, but it doesn't really matter. And congratulations, you are now inside secure folder. Let's actually do the very first thing and let's leave the folder. And you'll notice we can't see it here. This is because we can only see it right here. And if we go into it, we actually don't really have to input any kind of password, right? That's weird, but let's leave that for later. First, I want to learn how can I put my secret My Little Ponies here in this very safe space. So it's actually very, very simple. You want to head into your gallery. We can press and hold our images that we want to hide. We can then click three dots in the bottom right corner, and right here at the bottom we have Move to Secure Folder. This setting is not visible when you don't have a secure folder enabled, and now we can just click it, and now I am no longer a fan of My Little Pony universe. Beautiful. But there's still one very simple problem. First of all, I still want to lock applications. So for example, I am in a clan called My Little Bros, and I don't want for it to be visible. So I also want to put my Clash Royale into the secure folder. But there's another problem. The secure folder itself is a little bit suspicious, right? Like it has this big lock on it. It has this weird name. It just screams secrets inside. So let's change all of those things. But first of all, I probably want to change the fact that I don't really have to input any password to access that folder. Well, we can change that by clicking three dots on the right of our folder, and then technically we could go and click lock and exit. But let's be honest here, nobody will actually remember to lock and exit in the secure folder every single time. So instead, let's go into settings. And now we want to go into auto lock secure folder. As you can see, we can only auto lock it when screen turns off, which sounds pretty good. But I wonder if we can actually change. Oh, that's interesting. They must change that. I was searching for the ability to lock the folder when we leave the folder. There was this setting here, and there's none. That's surprising. And also, this is what I've been telling you before. You can always just enable the background activity. So if you want to lock your folder, all you want to do is you want to lock the screen. And then when we unlock the screen, and then we try to access the secure folder, we'll have to input our secret pin. Of course, in my case, it's 1234. 1234. Okay, finally. And we have everything here. So how can we add more things to it? Well, that's really straight up. It's really convenient. We can just hit the plus icon, and then we can not only download directly something, but we can also choose anything from our phone. So I'm going to choose my Clash Royale with my Little Bros Club. So let's add. And now we have Clash Royale here. It's incredibly important to note that I probably want to log out of my account on this Clash Royale, and I want to log into this one. This secure folder thing also works as the ability to copy applications, and basically it allows you to have two applications with different accounts logged in at once. And finally, let's change the one last thing, that this is kind of suspicious. So we can go into three dots on the right and then customize. And here we can change that. So I'm going to choose this suitcase here, or maybe this. Oh, it's going to be huge. We can go with this blue tint here, or maybe no, that's way too suspicious. This blue color with a paper on it, and I will call it Google Docs. No one will ever know the difference. let's hit apply, and now we no longer have a secure folder, we no longer have something suspicious, something we want to hide. We have just ordinary good looks. Actually, I think they're looking kind of similar. Maybe someone will actually buy this. But anyway, I think that's actually all for the video. Of course, if you want to add more stuff into our secure folder, you can always do that via the plus icon. You can put as many different photos as you want, and you don't really have to like only hide photos. You can also hide notes. You can hide, for example, music or other files. There's a very big amount of things you can do with it, and I would just advise you to play around and experiment. But that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Galaxy Tab S11 and let me share with you how to reset up preferences on this device. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here in this left section we have to scroll and find the apps. So let me scroll down and find apps. Then here we are in the list of all installed apps. So all we have to do is to tap on this three dots icon in the right upper corner and tap on Reset App Preferences. So here your device will inform you what you will actually reset. So among others, disabled app notifications and background data restrictions for apps. What's more, no worries, you won't lose any app data, so simply tap on Reset, and basically this is it. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your Bluetooth not connecting to Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. So, by default, I am right now connected to these JLab headphones, but you'll notice that we actually do not see anything. And this is because, for whatever reasons, you are no longer permitted to see that you are connected to some sort of device. You have to expand the control center just to see the Bluetooth icon and then the name of the device you are connected to. This is a pretty odd choice. I have no idea why they done that, but basically you want to check it if you are just not connected, if you are connected but you're just not seeing it. However, if you have already done that, meaning that if you do know that you are not indeed connected, here's a couple of things that you can do to make it fix itself. First of all, let's just disable the Bluetooth. Let's just keep it disabled for a couple of seconds, and then let's enable it back. This basically restarts the Bluetooth, and as you can see, now we should be able to click our device, and at least for me, we are now connected. However, if it's still not working for you, we can always go back to the control center, and by the way, you have to expand it from the top right corner, and you want to press and hold onto the Bluetooth and then go into details. Alternatively, you can also do the very same thing by just heading to the settings, going into connected devices, connections. Here you want to go into Bluetooth, and then you have the same screen here. And now we want to go into cogwheel of our connected device, and then we want to unpair it. Let's go into unpair, and now our device will behave like it never really saw our device in the first place. And after you have done that, we want to simply repair it back. So I will turn off my headphones here, even though in the case of JLab they automatically put themselves into pairing mode, but I will turn them off. Good. And now on most Bluetooth devices this is very straightforward. All you want to do is press and hold the power button and wait until the LEDs begin flashing, just like that. So this means that my headphones are now in the pairing mode, and we can perform a scan for nearby devices, and we can see our headphones right here. So we can try with pairing with them, and we should see a pairing request anytime soon. And just like that, we can just hit pair, and we are connected. However, if it's not working, then you probably want to make sure that your headphones are working properly. How can you do that? Well, luckily there is a very simple way, and it's just a simple diagnostic test You can just give your headphones to, for example, a family member or friend or whoever else, and tell them to try to connecting with your headphones. If they fail to connect, then there's probably some weird stuff going on with your headphones. You probably want to check if they're working properly, if they have a warranty, and you can try to return them to the shop you have bought them from. However, if your friend or family or whatever do connect with your headphones, then this means that something is wrong with your Bluetooth chip inside your Galaxy Tab S11, meaning that you want to get it checked on, for example, Samsung Store. Usually you want to get into Samsung Store, and once again, if you have warranty, you can try to return it, and they should send you a new one. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your fast charging not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. First, you want to head into your settings. Then in the settings, you want to scroll down a little and enter battery. In here, you want to scroll all the way down and head into charging settings. In here, you want to make sure that your fast charging is enabled. However, if you have it enabled and your fast charging is still not working, then there is a very high chance that something will probably go wrong with your battery, or maybe it is already broken. You can check that by going into battery and then battery information. Make sure that your battery health is quite high and that everything is kind of okay. If it's not, and your battery is still not working properly, then you probably want to make sure and check it in, for example, Samsung Store or other phone workshop. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix ghost touch problems on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So, usually the ghost touch problems are actually somehow connected to your screen protectors being faulty, being broken, being low quality. It really depends on the screen protector, let's be honest here. But technically we do not have to remove it right away. We can go into the settings, scroll down a little and enter display. In display, you want to scroll down and make sure that your touch sensitivity is disabled. Because if it's enabled, then this will increase the sensitivity, meaning that technically you have a higher chance of randomly clicking some random things, or even the touch protector itself clicking random things, giving you the illusion of ghost touching your screen. So hence the name ghost touch problem. However, if you have already done that, or if you do not have this enabled at all, and it's still not working, you still have problems with your ghost touch, you probably want to get your screen protector removed. You want to clean your screen very, very carefully, like you don't want to have anything between your screen and screen protector, and then you want to install it back again. And by the way, make sure that your screen protector is legit, like it doesn't really have to be the Samsung official screen protector because they are pretty expensive, let's be honest here, but just make sure that it's no so low quality $5 screen protector, because they do tend to have very poor quality and they just break sometimes and they cause some sort of issues like this one. So make sure that it's legit and you should be good to go. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix headphones not being detected on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! I have my Samsung Tab 11 right here, my headphones right here, and let's try to fix them not being connected. First of all, let's expand the control center from the top right corner and let's disable the Bluetooth. Just for a moment, let's wait for a couple of seconds and then let's enable it back. This way we are successfully restarting the Bluetooth on its hardware level, so we turn it off and then we turn it on, and this should fix some very minor bugs. However, if you still have some troubles, we can once again expand the control center, press and hold Bluetooth this time, and then go into details. Now you can go into the cogwheel, which means settings for the device we want to connect to, and then we want to go and press unpair. Press it once again, and now our phone will behave like it never even saw our Bluetooth device in the first place, and now all we want to do is we want to connect to it once again. By default, your headphones still will be on. I will press the power button, and just wait for it for a moment until it turns off completely. And now this is pretty universal for most Bluetooth devices, but general rule is to simply press and hold the power button until some sort of LED starts flashing like this, or you hear an audio cue that basically says pairing mode or something like that. And after you have done that, you can now go and press scan, and you should see your headphones here in a moment. As you can see, don't give up on them so quickly, as they might appear a few seconds later than you think. Let's click pair, and now if everything is correct, we should be able to pair our device. Now, technically speaking, what I just showed you is the way to disabling and enabling the Bluetooth, and then repairing with your headphones. This is all pretty basic stuff. What if it's still not working? Well, then something is wrong, either with your headphones or either with your tablet. So let's do a little diagnostic game and let's check what's exactly in fault here. First of all, you probably want to borrow your friend's phone or family member phone or something like that, and then you want to try to connect that phone to your headphones. This is typically easier than getting a second pair of headphones. Now, after you have done that, and if it fails, you know that it's actually the headphones that aren't working. However, if it doesn't fail, and it doesn't fail on other friends' phone and other family members' phone, then something is wrong with your tablet. If you have this first case of the headphones being wrong, there is not really much I can say to you. There is some sort of probably physical damage here or physical manufacturer mistake, and you probably want to return your headphones to the shop you've bought them to, especially if you have your warranty. However, if the tablet is the one that's wrong, well, technically you can try to turn off and turn on your device by simply expanding the control center, clicking power icon and then restarting it. This should help you fix that issue by just restarting the Bluetooth, but this is essentially just the premium version of what we did here by just, disabling and then enabling your Bluetooth back. So if it's still not working, I would advise you to also try to return your tablet, or at least getting it checked in some sort of Samsung store for other minor bugs or physical damage near the Bluetooth port. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello, and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to improve battery life on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. So, the improvement of battery life is somewhat tricky, since there are many different systems that actually come here and eat your battery one by one. But probably the most prominent and the most annoying one to deal with is your display. It's kind of obvious to some people, but if you don't know, it's your screen that actually eats the most of your battery, not your CPU. So let's try to optimize our display just a little bit. But first, let's simply head into settings and enter display, because here we are going to change a couple of things. But let's actually start with the bottom. These things they didn't change anything battery related. However, we have something called screen timeout. As you can see, currently it is set to 10 minutes, and if you don't know, it basically means that after 10 minutes of inactivity, our tablet should automatically lock its screen, which is pretty cool and all. But what if I would, for example, leave my device and just go somewhere? Well, this means that my tablet here would still be turned on for 10 minutes, and only then it would automatically lock its screen, which basically means 10 minutes of battery usage that we actually didn't use. So all you want to do is you want to limit this to, for example, 1 or 2 minutes at max, or even better, we can set it to something very low, like 15 seconds, though this is pretty annoying to deal with. However, if we keep screen on while viewing on, this shouldn't really matter, because when you are actually looking on your tablet, you don't have such a short screen timeout. And generally speaking, the bigger the value here, the bigger the battery usage, so having it set up to something fairly low is very good. Then let's continue upwards. All of these settings don't really matter, but we have something called motion smoothness, and this is very cool part. As you can see, I'm currently set to standard, which is the thing that actually saves the most battery. Though, unfortunately, I do believe that by default you are set to adaptive, which sure gives you slightly smoother experience, kind of, but I do think that this animation here isn't really doing any justice, because let's be honest, many people actually don't really see the difference between 120 Hz and 60 Hz, especially on a tablet. I know that this is very visible difference, for example, on gaming monitors when you're a gamer, but when you're just scrolling through your tablet or watching videos, it doesn't really matter. And it's pretty important to note that this doesn't really mean that your tablet is running 120 Hz all the time, only sometimes. So having it set to standard really doesn't really change anything for your experience, but it does help you save battery tremendously, just because you are basically cutting in half your refresh rate, and then it just saves your battery. It's simple as that. Now we can go upwards and we have brightness and adaptive brightness. Now we can start with adaptive brightness, or actually no, let's start with brightness. It's pretty obvious, but I will just say it just in case, that the bigger the brightness, the bigger the battery usage. So if I will do something like this, I have now increased my battery usage by quite a lot, because now my Samsung S11 is blasting my face with brightness, and in order to do that it needs a lot of battery. So having your brightness levels relatively slow does help you increase it. However, adaptive brightness is somewhat controversial. Like, personally, I like to have it disabled, just because I really like having 100% power of my brightness bar, and I do know that having it set to adaptive basically means that sometimes it will automatically increase itself, and sometimes it will automatically decrease itself, which for some people it's something you want to have, for others you don't want to have it. Once again, I'm going to advise you to keep that off, but if you like this feature, if you think it's actually pretty smart about adjusting your brightness, then you should keep it on. And finally, as a last setting inside display settings, we have our light mode, so we have light and dark mode. Now many people don't know this, but most screens nowadays are OLED screens, meaning that they require more energy to display brighter pixels. So naturally, if we will do something like this, we have now decreased the battery usage quite a lot, just because now most of our pixels on our display are black or just darker. I'm going to go back to the light mode just because it's actually looking better on the camera itself, so once again I'm just doing it for the video. But if you really like the dark mode, you can have it on, but if you don't like the dark mode but you want to get benefits of it, then I guess you can go into dark mode settings and go into turn on as scheduled and have it schedule automatically between sunset to sunrise, or between custom hours that you have set up. For me it's 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. I think this is a pretty good values, but it does help you save your battery. Just know that if you're going to set it to dark mode in the night when you're not using your tablet anyway, this doesn't really change anything. However, now we have successfully optimized the hell out of our display. What can we do next? Well, we can go into battery, and we can go into power saving mode. The only reason I didn't really included this at the beginning of the video is that many people don't really know what power saving does, And you will notice that it actually changes few things automatically, like the things we've been talking about. For example, decreasing the brightness, motion smoothness to standard, and dark mode with also little screen timeout, which is pretty cool. But it does one thing in performance here, and it's limiting CPU speed to 70%, which is incredibly useful, like very, very useful. However, having that enabled is quite not good. Well, technically you can have it enabled all the time, but then you are getting drawbacks of having low battery without actually having the low battery. And if you do have low battery, you usually forget about enabling power saving mode. So how can we fix that? Well, we don't. We just make something very simple in order to make sure that our power saving mode enables automatically with low battery. And this is where modes and routines come in. Now, the modes and routines is a very big rabbit hole of a topic, and I don't want to get into too much detail, but if you want to learn more about them, you can always watch my full tutorial on the routines on any Samsung device. It's a pretty cool video, I really like it. So, if you don't really understand what will happen, don't you worry, just follow my steps and you should be good to go. First, inside modes and routines, switch to the routines, not modes, this is very important, and then click plus icon. And now we are in the mode of creating routines. Under if, you want to scroll down a little and find battery level, which should be here under device. So battery level. And now we want to make sure that it's, for example, let's set it to, for example, 20%, and let's hit done. So now, this condition will automatically enable itself every time this condition is true. So every time our battery level drops below 20%, we are going to enable this routine. And what will happen when this routine enables? Well, we want to, you probably guessed it, just enable power saving mode. So let's turn it on, and now we can save it. So now we can set it to this green red color. Let's maybe give it this icon. Let's hit done, and now we have an automatic routine that will automatically enable our battery level, our power saving mode whenever our battery drops below 20%. Now, technically this is where you could leave it alone, but there is one simple thing you can do to increase the quality of life, basically. Because with the current setup, our battery level will automatically enable itself even if we are charging our device, which isn't really needed. So how can we change that? Well, first let's go into edit mode. And now we want to add another action, but this time let's scroll all the way down, go into advanced options, and go into if else. Now this looks kind of scary and kind of complicated, but trust me, in reality it's very, very easy. Let's go into select action to get data, and the data we want to get is, of course, our charging status. So let's go. And this is also kind of scary, but we want to go into is and the value not charging. So let's go into hit done, and now we have another condition that basically checks if we are currently not charging. If we are not charging, we want to add a new action, and of course this is the power saving mode. We can enable it in the battery here. So power saving mode done. When also we can get rid of the original one, and in the else we just don't do anything. So now let's save it, and let's simply check what is happening here. So whenever our battery drops below 20%, we want to check if we are currently charging. If we are not charging, we want to enable the power saving mode. However, if you have already figured out that, hey, my phone is kind of dying, and you have plugged your charger into your tablet, then the power saving mode will automatically disable itself even if you are still below 20%. I know that this seems complicated and probably sounds complicated because I'm pretty bad at explaining stuff. I think so. But this basically increases the quality of life by incredible amounts, and just makes it so you barely have to do anything. It will just automatically enable or disable itself without you even noticing it. And by the way, if you want to change the threshold here, you can always do that by going into edit, battery level, and then changing the battery level. So if I will set it to, for example, 30%, we can hit done and then save it. You will notice that now it automatically enables itself because we did dropped under the threshold. I'm kind of looking at the charger. Give me a moment. Okay, before I actually test this, I want to add one more thing because I kind of forgot about it. Let's go into edit. And in here, you want to go into else. You want to add action. You can once again go into battery, power saving, and now we want to turn it off. Let's hit save. And now let's look at our new battery level. So if we drop below 20%, I will change it to 30 in a moment. We want to check if we are charging. If we are not charging, we want to enable power saving, but if you are, we want to disable it. It's literally all you want to do. So now if I will edit it, I will change the threshold to, for example, this 30% we had before. Let's hit done. And let's hit save. We can see that now our phone is basically, our tablet is screaming at us that, hey man, you're kind of low on the battery, maybe you want to charge it up. But just in case, we did enable the power saving for you. So now if I would charge up my device here, this should basically automatically disable the routine, which isn't really happening. But okay, I actually know why it's not happening. And this is because we did something very funny. Let's go into our routine and let's go into is charging. So now if it is charging, we want to go and turn it off. But if it's not, we want to turn it on. I believe that this should fix it. Yep, exactly. So now we are first checking if we are charging because the else doesn't really have that much of a power here. So let's check it. Let's disable the charging. Damn, once again, it's not working properly. It's pretty hard to get it working, to be honest. Oh, we even have... Ooh, couldn't perform this action because another action is preventing it. That's pretty funny. To be honest, we could have just ignored that. Oh, I know, it's probably because of that. What I did here is kind of complicated, but I don't want to make this video too long. Basically, you probably want to have separate routines so they don't really fight each other. One for enabling it, one for disabling it, and then you should have it really done. But yeah, anyway, that's all for this video. If you want to, you can share a comment, maybe suggest some other changes that you can make to improve the battery life, and then you can, for example, maybe like and subscribe if you found the video useful. But anyway, that's all from me. Thanks for watching. Bye. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix microphone not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. And let's begin! First of all, the problem with microphone is something very, very broad, like there is nothing specific in that question, so let's try to do a very simple diagnostic test first. But before we do that, there's one simple thing I want to tell you. If you have some sort of Bluetooth device connected, usually it's headphones, earbuds or something similar, they also have not only the speakers but also the microphone as well. Meaning that if you have a device connected, your microphone in your tablet is essentially just useless because you're not using it. Instead, you are using the microphone that is inside your Bluetooth settings in your Bluetooth device. So what you want to do is you want to expand the control center from the upper right corner and then disable the Bluetooth, just to make sure that you are not connected to any kind of device, because now we know that our audio isn't being routed. So now I can try to test my microphone again, but exactly how can we test this? One person would say that, hey, maybe we can call somebody, and yeah, we could, but it's also kind of a hassle. So instead, let's just use audio recorder, which can be found by default in the Samsung folder in here. Now there's some weird funny things here, we don't really care about AI stuff. What we want to do is we want to make sure that our voice recorder has the ability to record audio. This is very important, and we'll get into that later. and now we can perform a little diagnostic test. Now, what do I mean about diagnostic tests? Well, if your microphone isn't working, we can always just try to record some sort of audio recording, and for example, I will move my head just a little bit here. I know this is my nose. But you can also just move here, you can just talk directly to the microphone port, it doesn't really matter. But after doing that for a while, you can now save it and you can listen to it back. Now, after you have done that, you can, for example, tell if your microphone is maybe not working at all. Maybe it's way too quiet, maybe it's farting, maybe it's doing something else. After you know what exactly is wrong, you can then continue with actually Googling the exact reason and exact issues that you have, not this typical microphone isn't just working. However, if you have already done that and you kind of know why it's going on and what's happening, I can still give you some sort of very typical tips. And for example, we can just clean the microphone port. It's incredibly important that you do not use any kind of metallic tool. Like if you use, for example, a needle, then there is a very high chance that you just will break your microphone port even further if it's broken already. But you can use, I think like toothbrush would be really nice, and a wooden toothpick at best, but you want to still be really careful with it, otherwise you also might damage it. And if you have already cleaned up your microphone port, you can always just restart your device. You can do that by expanding the control center from the top right corner and then clicking the power icon here and then restart. And thanks to that option, we now have the ability to restart everything on our device. And then everything should be rebooted, including the microphone as well. And also, as a final thing we can check, let's head into our settings, let's go into security and privacy. Now let's scroll down into permissions. Let's start with permission usage, and we have our microphone. As you can see, only one application supports the microphone, has the ability to play the microphone. If you, for example, have troubles with, I don't know, Discord, and you're muted on Discord, you cannot do anything, you want to make sure that you actually have that the Discord have permissions to use your microphone. The same thing with basically every other application that supports calling. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix no sound during calls on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! Even though the tab itself isn't really like a go-to option for, calling your friends or family or whoever you want, there's still some people that do it, and there's still people that have troubles with it. For example, the no sound during calls problem. Now, this is somewhat pretty popular somehow, and it's easy to know why. You can't really increase the volume surprisingly anywhere. Like on the first glance, if we go to the settings and then sound and then volume, we do not have anything that even resembles the call volume. And that is true, because we don't really have it. We don't see the call volume itself, which is very, very not good. But what if I told you that by default, whenever you click any kind of volume buttons, you are increasing the volume of your media? However, as you can see, we aren't really using the speakers of our tablet anyway, because we are currently connected by Bluetooth to JLab headphones. Of course, it doesn't really matter what headphones you have, but if you are connected to some sort of headphones, this means that the audio will get played by the headphones, not by your speakers, essentially turning them to be useless. So how can we fix that? Well, you want to basically disable the Bluetooth. So this, thanks to that, now you have now you've made sure that your audio isn't rerouted, which is very good and which is something you want to do. But if you still have some troubles with it, so if you are sure that your speakers are the ones that's playing the sound, the call volume, but you don't hear anything, well, this is why. Whenever we increase the volume by... oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Whenever we increase the volume by volume buttons, we are increasing the media volume, not the call volume. If you want to increase the call volume, you have to click the volume buttons while you are on a call. Otherwise, you won't be able to change its sound. It is pretty dumb to say at least. Like, I have seen many different devices throughout the years of me working with devices, and I know that on some systems, I believe Google Pixel, I'm not entirely sure, but on some devices you can actually just really customize the call volume in here, but unfortunately it is not available on the Samsung Galaxy Tab. You have to do it only while you are on a call. And then while you are calling somebody, you just want to increase the volume, and this should help you fix the issue. If it didn't, then there is something probably wrong with your phone application or your speakers. If it's your speakers, then I should suggest watching our speaker networking tutorial when we go into much into detail with the speakers itself. But if it's an issue with your phone app, you probably want to check if you have your SIM, maybe you are muted, maybe you want to check out some alternatives like WhatsApp or Telegram or other things that allow you to also call your friends, but not via the network, but via the Wi-Fi and the internet, of course. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix screen flickering on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So what exactly is screen flickering? Well, few people can actually say one thing, few people can say the other, but basically it's the way that your screen flickers. Well, how can we possibly fix that if we don't really see it? Actually, we do, but our eyes are just really used to it. Our screen basically flickers every time, 60 times per second, actually, on most devices by default, and some cameras do really see it. And I can't really show you this on my camera because I have already fixed that issue, but basically if you're trying to record your screen and you have these little bars that appear and disappear, you want to increase the shutter speed of your camera to 60 as well, and now they all match each other and everything is okay. That's one fix. But what if you are a user that's actually experiencing different things? Well, technically increasing and decreasing the brightness should help you. Kind of. It really depends on the issue, but basically if you have very low brightness, you might see the flicker even more. And also, some people say that turning on adaptive brightness, which can be found in display and here, actually helps them. So if you think that it will help you, you can just try to test it out. For me personally, it never really helped me. I'm just not a fan of the adaptive brightness. However, if you don't really see what I'm talking about and you have a different problem, for example, let's say that you have a problem when you receive a notification, just like I'm going to do right now, your screen flashes or flickers. Well, this is the flash notification and it's incredibly easy to get rid of it. First of all, you want to scroll all the way down in the settings. Then you want to go into accessibility, go into advanced settings, and here we have flash notification. So, as you can see, this basically means that every time you receive any notification, we'll get this screen flicker. So all you want to do is just disable this, and now if we go back to our routines here, and I will try to get notification, you will see that really nothing here is happening, because we have fixed the issue. By the way, if you want to learn more about modes and routines, I have a full tutorial on the routines for you, so if you are interested in that, make sure to check it out. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to install Clash Royale on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! First of all, you want to head into your Play Store. Now, note that you need to have a Google account for this, otherwise you won't be able to download anything. Then you want to simply go into your search bar and start typing in Clash. And usually you should see a lot of different things, but as you can see, the autocorrect is pretty good. And of course, please do not really care about anything that is going to happen in the sponsored tab, because we want to focus solely on what's here. Now, before you actually download it, make sure that this is the legit one, created by Supercell, which, as you can see, has plenty of very popular games. So let's just hit install. And if you have poor internet connection, you can also enable auto open when app is ready. Thanks to this, our application will open automatically when we're done downloading, and thanks to the typical Supercell sound when you're actually opening their applications, you will have a nice notification of the fact that your game has successfully downloaded. Unfortunately, there isn't, I know, there isn't any kind of Lite version. So if you're struggling with space, you need to free some space before actually downloading the game. And now all you want to do is just hit play and play the game itself. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to install WhatsApp on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. First, you want to simply navigate into your Play Store. If you want to learn how you can download the WhatsApp without using the Play Store, you can always watch my tutorial on our channel on how to do it. But for the purpose of this tutorial, we simply enter search bar and search for WhatsApp. Now you probably want to be really careful, because usually in the sponsors tab you will see not WhatsApp but something else. So you want to make sure to go into the WhatsApp Messenger, make sure it's the exact same icon, but in case this video will be like 5 years old or something and the icon will change, make sure that it's coming from the WhatsApp LLC developer, because everything else is just a scam or something that wants to imitate the WhatsApp. Now we can simply go and install it. And finally, we can now open, log in, and just continue using WhatsApp. We can freely text our friends, family, everyone else. And that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you the best shortcuts and gestures on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! And we can start with simply heading into our settings. Then you want to scroll down a little until you will see a section called Advanced Features. And usually in these settings we'll see all those cool settings, all those cool gestures, all those cool shortcuts. And I think we can start with the S Pen, since the whole point of this tablet, I believe, is the S Pen itself. So we can start with our commands. As you can see, we have this menu style, and by default you get it whenever you're using your pen. For example, if I would start clicking things with my finger now, this should disappear. However, the moment I pick up my pen, this appears. We can of course move it around and we can click it, and for example we can enable AI select, so we can select something like this, and then we can try to make a generative edit out of it for whatever reason. I have no idea why would you want that, but sure. And of course you can, for example, go into screen write, which will basically just do a screenshot, and you can now write in screenshot. So I can do cool, bad. Yeah, now I can like save it to my gallery. By the way, like ignore the goblins here, and we have screenshots. So while this is a pretty cool feature, and of course you can go into ads, and then you can basically get every application on your device as a shortcut here. So that's really powerful. I would advise you to go into the settings and get rid of that. So let's go into advanced set features here. Let's go into S Pen, and we want to disable the showing of air command icon, but instead we want to open it whenever we click the pen button. So now if I'm just going to use my device as normal, I can click the button and now this appears. And of course, once again, you can fully customize it, so you don't have this useless AI garbage here, but you can actually have something important like notes or something else. So we can continue with our S Pen because there are still quite a few things. And I believe the most important one is screen of memos, which is very, very powerful. It basically allows you to lock the screen and then draw something and save it as a Samsung note. Very, very cool thing. And I think that's actually all for the features, for the gestures and shortcuts related to the S Pen itself. Okay, I'm going to ditch it and I'm going to just start using my fingers. So then we have side button. It's very typical. By default, we have digital assistant whenever we long press it, and many people don't like it. So for example, you probably want to switch it to part of menu. So now whenever we press and hold the power button, we actually see the part of menu like we should, not some random power, not some random AI assistant. And the same thing goes with the double press. By default, we open in camera, but of course we can switch it to something very different. My best use case of this feature is probably torch, because I think having a torch that's easily accessible is very important. Though maybe not on a tablet, maybe on the phone itself. We also have multi-window, and multi-window function it basically allows you to multitask very, very easily. So we can, for example, swipe for split screen and we can see how this looks. So if we have something open like Play Store, for example, and we will do this weird thing, we now have the ability to open like Chrome and we can scroll two things at the same time. Now you might think that this is like very cool and all, and I do agree, but there is something much better. We can expand our control center from the top right corner. We can do it one more time. And we have something called wireless DeX. We can click that. And, oh, actually, it's not what we want to click. Wait. We want to click, not the second screen. Wait, is it the second screen? No, because that will require us to have second screen, which is not something and it's not something I really have. Let me try to do one more time into wireless DeX, or let's go here. Okay, never mind. We want to click this button. So sorry for confusion. I kind of forgot how this works. We want to go into our apps running in the background, and here we have all our normal apps. And what's really cool is we can click this plus icon, and now we have desktop. And this basically now behaves like a desktop on your PC. So if we open application, it's actually opening in this tab that we can fully resize. We can make it full screen, we can make it small screen, or we can just open it as we would normally. So that's really, really cool in my opinion. So, and also you can minimize it once again. And of course you can, for example, I can switch it here, and now I can enable my Play Store, I can enable my gaming hub if I want to. And what's really cool is we can add another desktop, and now we can move between desktops. So this one has like all my garbage on it, and this one is very, very clean. This basically is, I believe, the ultimate multitasking tool. It's incredibly nice shortcut, and it's not even a shortcut, it's just a button on your screen. But so many people aren't using this, and I think it's very, very underrated feature, especially like imagine yourself, for example, researching something. So you have like this YouTube video here, you have essay here, and you're just like writing it down. It's very, very underrated feature, and I would strongly advise you to start using that, because I do think that this is indeed the go-to, the GOAT, the whatever. But let's leave the multitasking features for now. Let's enter settings. Let's once again get ourselves into advanced features. And now let's go into motions and gestures themselves. And as you can see, we only have a couple of things here. First of all, the double tap to turn on and double tap to turn off screen. It's very self-explanatory. That's literally it. Also, don't mind me having the My Little Pony wallpaper. I have kind of forgot about it. And what was the last thing? Oh, cover screen to mute. which is pretty cool feature, but I can't show the animation. But basically, whenever someone's calling you, you can just flip your screen and then it will mute the color. And finally, we have palm swipe to capture. We want to swipe the edge of our hand to screen to take a screenshot. That's tricky, but basically you want to do like something like this, and it took a screenshot. It's very weird to use, and you have to get used to it. But once you get used to it, you will have the ability to make really nice screenshots with this. So that's all for the motions and gestures. We also technically have like screenshots and screen recordings, but this doesn't really, I don't really count this as a gesture. I only count this as settings to gestures. And yeah, unfortunately, there isn't much to it. Like the more important part about this feature is the S Pen. This whole device kind of resolves around the S Pen, its existence. Like just look at amounts of things you have here. There's plenty of them. And yeah, I do think that's all for this video, really. If you know more cool shortcuts and gestures and you want to share them down in the comments below, I would really encourage you to do it, because then many more people will also know about the amazing device that I have, which is of course the Galaxy S Tab 11, Tab S11. And yeah, you can share them down in the comments. And if you don't have anything to add and you just enjoyed the video, well, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix screen rotation not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! First, let's simply check if we have our screen rotation enabled or not. We can do that by expanding our control center by just swiping down from the top right corner. In here we have this very strange icon, at least by default you have it, and if you increase it once again, we now know that this is called landscape. Now, this seems kind of weird. Oh, by the way, if you have it set up like this, this will be named portrait. And when you have this locked version, your tablet is locked to the landscape mode, meaning that you cannot really rotate it automatically by any means, and that kind of sucks, let's be honest here. So what you want to do is you want to just expand the control center once again, and then click this, and now we are in the auto rotate mode, meaning that if you would try to rotate your device, it now rotates freely. And not only that, the home screen rotates freely, but also applications also just do that. We can test it on something simple like, well, I'm looking for the calculator here. And for example, if you want to, you can also change your calculator, which is pretty funny. And yeah, that's looking pretty cool. And still, if just you know, enabling and disabling this feature doesn't help you because of any reason whatsoever, you can also expand the control center once again and then click power icon and reboot your device. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but trust me, it does really help. Not only that you're rebooting your software, but hardware as well, including gyroscopes, which basically check the rotation of the device, and then using that information, the screen rotation feature can do its magic, which is pretty cool. And also, just as a final note, make sure that the app that you want to rotate into different modes actually supports both modes. It's pretty easy to forget, but not every application supports both portrait and landscape mode, and the best example of this are probably games, you know, like Clash Royale only being able to be played in the portrait mode, portrait mode, and Clash of Clans, which can only be played in the landscape mode. But yeah, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello, and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your speaker not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. First of all, let's simply expand the control center from the top right corner and disable the Bluetooth. This way we are sure that our audio isn't being rerouted. After we have done that, there are a couple of things we can do. First of all, we can try to, for example, play some YouTube video, but I don't want to do it because I don't want to get copy striked, and check what exactly is wrong with our volume. Is it gone completely? Is it just so quiet that we can barely hear it? Well, if it's gone completely, we can always test the volume levels by clicking either of the volume buttons, and as you can see, this changes our volume. We can also click these three dots to get more, if I screwed it up, to get more volume options, and we can also click the cogwheel icon to get into main volume settings. Now it's pretty obvious that if we decrease the volume completely, we do not hear anything, giving us the illusion that our speaker isn't working. So you want to make sure that your media at least, okay, thank you, that our media is pretty high up. But after you have done that and you still have issues with your speaker, you can always try to clean it using some sort of toothbrush or toothpick at best. Please, for the love of God, do not use anything metallic, as this will most likely damage your speakers entirely. And after you have done that, we can also go to settings, scroll all the way down, head into software update, download and install, and simply check for newest updates. If we are an victim of some sort of bug or just mischievous issue, there is a very high chance that newest software update or just a security patch fixed that issue. And if you still have some other troubles, I would just advise you to expand the control center, click the power icon, and then restart your device. I know that this may seem kind of silly, but whenever you restart your device, you're not only restarting the software but hardware as well, including the speakers themselves. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your tablet heating while charging on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin. And actually, it's completely normal for your tablet to heat up while charging. You can technically check your battery health if you go to the battery, then scroll down and go into battery information, and here you have all your battery health, battery capacity things, and all of that. And if you install some third-party applications like battery checker on the Google Play Store or whatever, you can also check its temperature. But generally speaking, having it heat up while charging, like I'm doing right now, is completely normal because this is just how batteries work, and it's completely normal, seriously. However, if you are very worried about the temperature, and if the temperature gets like really hot, for example, it gets so hot that you can't barely touch it, well, then you do have some problems. And unfortunately, I don't think there is like an universal fix to it, not at least those fix I can show you here. The only thing I can think of is getting into the battery settings, charging settings, and disabling fast charging, because with that there is just a chance that your tablet will charge up slowly, but it shouldn't really get as hot as before. However, if you have like these big troubles with the temperature, you probably would just want to disable the charging. You want to plug out your charger, and then you want to take it to, for example, Samsung store or some other official store that you have bought it from, and get your battery checked, because maybe you have some sort of factory issue or factory bug or whatever, and your battery isn't working as it should be. I have in the past made a mistake of plugging like the USB cable wrongly into, well, the headset in my story, but it resulted in its heating up so much that it actually melted down the plastic around it. It shouldn't really happen on your tablet, don't you worry, but you want to be careful of that. So once again, if it's just slightly hotter, don't worry. If it's really hot that you can barely touch it, you should worry, and you should stop charging, and you should get it into some sort of Samsung store for checking it up. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix touchscreen not responding on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! Okay, there are two main reasons why you have clicked on this exact video. First of all, you were using your tablet normally, and then suddenly it froze to death, like the screen is frozen, you cannot do anything. And the other reason, you have just installed a new Leaf screen protector, and now your screen isn't just responsive as it used to be. First of all, let's fix the first issue, because I believe this is the most common one than the touch screen protector one. In order to fix the touchscreen not being responsive, you probably need to soft reset your device. And normally I would say, well, first you have to expand the control center, click the power icon, and then hit restart. But then the problems start occurring because, well, you can't do that since your phone isn't really working, since your tablet isn't like responding, your touchscreen is frozen. So how can we perform a soft reset? Well, I will move the plant away. You want to press the volume buttons with the combo of power button. I actually don't remember which one. I will try pressing power button and volume up button. So let's try doing that. And of course we want to do that simultaneously. Let's try once again. And let's just try and press it for a couple of seconds. If it's not working and it looks like nothing is really happening, we can try and pressing and holding the power button with volume down button, which I kind of failed, so let me try once again. And now let's keep pressing that for a couple of seconds. Sometimes it's very long, it really depends on the phone and the speed of your tablet. But if we are patient enough, soon we should see our screen completely black. Now my focus here is kind of broken now, so I will just pause the recording. But generally speaking, I am now waiting for my tablet to turn on once again. Okay, I have pressed the power button because I believe I had it turned up, which means that it wouldn't really automatically turn itself on. So don't be afraid if your touchscreen isn't really responding, it's black. It's completely normal. You just need to turn on your device by pressing and holding power button and so on. And as you can see, the soft resets helped, at least for me. If it didn't help for you, then you have encountered some sort of weird issue, my friends. If you can share them down in the comments, I'm sure somebody will help you. Maybe we will directly respond to your comments. But if you have see that your touchscreen isn't responsive at all and it's frozen, I would just advise you to go and check it in the Samsung store, because it sounds like physical damage, to be honest. But anyway, let's just stop talking about the touchscreen being frozen. Let's go into the other part of the problem, your touchscreen not being responsive after installing screen protector. What do we want to do then? Well, luckily it's surprisingly easy. You want to head into your settings, scroll down a little and enter display, and inside display you want to scroll down until you will see touch sensitivity option, and you probably guessed it, you want to simply increase it by just enabling it, and now your touchscreen is much more sensitive, giving you the ability to use it even with some sort of bad quality screen protector. Just make sure that it won't really break your device. If you are buying screen protectors, you probably want to buy official one, since the unofficial ones, or especially the poor quality ones, will probably result in some sort of damage to your touchscreen on, as I said, issues similar to this one, like touchscreen not being responsive. But this shouldn't really occur in official screen protectors. Anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix your Wi-Fi not working on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! Now, there are a couple of reasons why your Wi-Fi shouldn't really be working, and usually it's actually the router's fault, not your phone fault, or in our case a tablet. But even if it's not, we can still try and change a few of the settings. First, let's go into the settings and let's go into connections and then into our Wi-Fi. Alternatively, you can do the same by just expanding the control center and then pressing and holding the Wi-Fi icon and clicking details. In here, we can, well, simply disable the Wi-Fi. keep it disabled for a couple of seconds, and then after a while enable it back. This basically restarts the router, makes you reconnect to your network, and it should fix really slight bugs, really slight issues. However, if your Wi-Fi is still not working, we can always reconnect entirely to our network. So let's enter Cogwheel next to the network we are connected to, and let's simply hit forget in the bottom right corner. As you can see, I just forgot about my network, and my device will behave like it never even seen that network in the first place. But we can also just disable and enable Wi-Fi after a moment, just in case. And now you want to connect back to your network. So now you have to input the password to it. And if the password is correct, we should be able to connect back to our internet just like before. And that simple reconnecting and forgetting your network and connecting back to it should help resolve any kind of issues. However, if you still don't really have any Wi-Fi, then you probably want to leave your tablet alone and then look at your router itself. Usually there is some sort of LED light, and if it's flashing red colors or something like that, there's probably something very wrong with it. And even if it's not, you can always restart it by simply unplugging it from electricity. And after you have done that, you want to leave it unplugged for a couple of seconds, maybe even a couple of minutes just to be sure, and then you want to plug it back. After it reboots itself, you should have your Wi-Fi back. However, if you don't have your Wi-Fi still, you probably want to just call your internet provider and ask them, hey man, what's going on? I am paying for this and I have no Wi-Fi. Trust me, this is very common, especially in some other parts of Europe, for example, or United States, when some areas in the city have really poor connections because of the cables and all of that. And sometimes the internet providers need to manually restart your network just to get your Wi-Fi back, or maybe they have some problems on their side, like, I don't know, some hacker attack or whatever. Anyhow, you probably just want to check all these things, so you want to disable and enable your Wi-Fi. If it is helping, you want to disconnect, you want to forget and then connect back to your network, and if it's not helping, reboot your router. If you have tried all of that and it's still not doing anything, you can simply just call the internet provider and ask them if they have some sort of trouble because you do not have any Wi-Fi. And even if they won't have any Wi-Fi, they should be able to help with your issue. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Hi everybody and welcome back to the HardReset.Info channel. Today I do have the Samsung Tab S11 Ultra, and I'm going to tell you each AI function you have in your tablet. So, let's begin with the Galaxy A and Gemini. You can hold the side button in your tablet and you'll see this magic thing. You can actually say something and it will automatically take what you say. And this is just Gemini, like any other Google Assistant, it will just respond to you using AI. As you can see, it's saying something. Don't matter, it doesn't matter. Let's pause it. Apart from that, we can share Gemini our screen, our camera, and how to do that. Here I don't have this option, as you can see. So at first we have to go here to Gemini, and here we have some chats, as you can see, our Gemini application. It was available only when we log into our Google account, so make sure that you are logged into it. So here, as you can see, we have our Gemini, and now we have to tap here, this thing, and this, as you can see, it's live. We can share our screen by tapping this button over here and tap share screen. Now our screen is shared. Let's say something. Hey Gemini, please tell me how to enter my Samsung Internet application.
Sure, I see the Samsung Internet icon on your screen. It's the blue globe with the orange and white orbits. It's located on the left side of your screen, in the second row from the top. Just tap the icon to open the app.
As you can see here, they have HardReset.Info. What website am I right now on?
You're currently on link to HardReset.Info. Is there anything specific you'd like to know about this website?
No, thank you. Let's navigate to the Gemini back again. Let's pause it. And apart from the, as you can see, apart from the screen, we can share our Gemini the camera. Let's share the camera and ask a couple of questions. We have to unpause it and tap this camera icon. Hey Gemini, please tell me which iPhone is that?
That looks like an iPhone 14 Pro. Are you looking for information about it?
No, Gemini, this is not 14 Pro, this is 16 Pro.
You're right. That's the iPhone 16 Pro. It looks like it's in great condition. Are you having any issues with it, or is there anything specific you'd like to know?
Could you please tell me what flower is that and where can I buy this flower?
That's an artificial crocus flower. You can find them at most craft stores or home decor shops, or even online at places like Amazon or Etsy. Are you looking to buy one?
Yes, I am. Could you please tell me and send me the link?
Okay, I'm not seeing anything new. Would you like me to identify something else?
As you can see, it's working as it's working, but yes, we have this option to share the camera and screen as on the GPT-5. So I think that is the great thing to have the Gemini AI on our tablet. Apart from that, we can go straight to the main menu of our, or just our application we want to know something about. So let's, for example, enter the gallery, and we have the circle to search option on our tablet. Just hold this circle button, and now as you can see, we do have the circle to search. We have to just do something like that, and as you can see, it will show these things on the internet. As you can see, the image displays a white smartphone. As you can see, it's over here. It's like the Samsung Galaxy A36 5G. I don't know why this is the Samsung. That doesn't matter. But for example, apart from that, we can search, for example, something about this weather. Here, as you can see, we have some weather things and weather widgets. That's how it works. That's how circle to search works. We can get any information about, for example, things in photos, things in videos, things that are just currently on our screen. That's how circle to search works. We just have to hold this circle button over here, which works as closing the apps. Apart from that, we can use the writing assistance. So let's, for example, open Notes. Here I've prepared some quick note, which, as you can see, has some grammar mistakes. And we have all the things that are cool, and we can manage actually our text in the notes, Gmail, Word, etc. We just have it built in our Samsung keyboard. We have to tap this AI thing over here, this AI button over here. But we have to tap it actually. And now, as you can see, here we have our text, and we can check spelling and grammar. And as you can see, here we have better text. My sister and I, instead of me, went to the store. We were going instead. We was going. Yes, we can tap replace, and now we have our text grammarly replaced and correct. Apart from that, if we tap this Gemini icon, we can change the writing style. So let's here, as you can see, tap writing style and select our text. Here, as you can see, we do have original and professional, casual, social, polite, and emojify, etc. This is the AI that can just change the writing style of our message. So, for example, instead of the normal that like we have original, we can set it, for example, to the social. Tap replace, and instead of the old one, we have it. My sister and I went to the store. We're going to get some candy, but they were out of it. She got mad, but I didn't care. We saw a dog outside, and its owner was trying to get its leash on, something. hash candy, hashtag dog, hashtag owner, hashtag day, hashtag happiness. But apart from that, we can tap this Gemini icon back again and change the writing style back again. Tap writing style, and we can set it, for example, from this one to the polite. When his knife is the store, we had hoped to purchase some candy, but unfortunately they were out of stock. As I can see, it works. Actually, we can see the styles that they are quite normal, not these AI ones that you can generate on the internet. It's, for me, very, very good. Plus, and works not only here, but we can, for example, now open the Gmail application and send the mails using this one to use AI. So, for example, let me enter the recipient, and now let's tap compose email. Let's tap this AI icon as earlier and tap composer. Here we can set it as email, social media, comment, standard, and the writing style: professional, casual, polite for the mail. And for example, as the prompt, we can tap define life. And here they have email, professional, generate. Here, as you can see, it's automatically formatted to our needs. Let's tap insert, and what do we see here is title: defining existent content. I have often contemplated the sense of life, pondering something. As you can see, it's very, very nicely written. So now we can go back to this AI icon over here. Wait a moment, I will do this with my fingers actually, because it will be easier, and tap the composer back again. We can change it by tapping something else here, and that's actually how it works. Here in the mails, every single thing, the writing styles or spelling grammar works too. Now we can close that and close this application. And now let's move to the next AI feature, which we do have here, and it is the drawing assistance on our tablet. Let's, for example, enter the notes back again and go back to the notes. Here, as you can see, they have pre-prepared note from my pen, and we can write something. So, for example, let me write, draw a simple star. It's, as you can see, kind of stupid, but who would care? Let's tap this AI icon and tap drawing assist. Select the drawing you want to turn into an image. We have to just circle this, ask circle to search, tap this style, view all. We have art new view, webtoon, soft illustration, inside toon, illustration, watercolor, sketch. Let's tap sketch, for example, here. Generate. Here, as you can see, we do have our star. As you can see, it works perfectly fine. I think this is the very, very cool idea to have it. And apart from that, we can go back to the main menu of our tablet and enter the Samsung internet back again, as it was earlier. And why are we in the HardReset.Info website? The thing is that we can summarize our articles, news, notifications, everything. So here, if we are here, we can search for this AI button in the Samsung Internet application, tap that, and tap Read Highlights Aloud.
Online BESM programs. Your path to advanced nursing career success. HardReset.Info.
As you can see, it
These
works
programs equip
like that.
students
Like
with
this, we
advanced
can
clinical knowledge and critical.
We can, as you can see, change the tempo up to 3x or to 0.5x. We can move to the next lines or move to the previous lines, etc. That's how Read Highlights Aloud works. And apart from that, we can tap this AI again and tap Translate. Now we can tap it and tap, for example, German. As you can see, our article is now in German. Let's tap it again, tap English. Apart from that, we can tap it again and tap Summarize. And instead of talking, we will have the quick summary of our article. We can translate it or copy it. And apart from that, we can go to the gallery, and this is the last quick tip from me. You can go to gallery and tap any image that you want to edit. For example, I want to edit this image over here. So to use AI on this image, we have to tap this icon over here, which is the AI image. Here, as you can see, we do have our pen, and we can draw anything on our image, and it will be automatically done to image, for example, or just some sketches. As you can see, it works like this. We can delete that. We can tap generate. I don't know what will be generated, I think nothing, but that's how it works. And now it will automatically add our drawn object to the image. As you can see, nothing was added, so let's tap draw original, and this is the thing. Let me draw now something more recognizable. For example, let me draw a star like it was earlier. Here, as you can see, I don't know why is it like this. But we can, as you can see, extend this and tap generate. As you can see, we can save this copy and discard these changes. And here, as we are here in this thing, we can tap this pen icon and tap this AI. Will, as you can see, do everything like this. Apart from that, here we can, as you can see, tap what you want to delete from the image. So I've selected this black thing. We can tap erase it, and it will be erased from our image. We can tap generate. And as you can see, it's erased, and it's that easy. Apart from that, we can draw on our image by tapping this AI icon that was earlier, like this, and here tapping sketch to image. Now we can draw, as I said, this star, and tap generate. It will generate as a quick image on our image. That's how we can edit actually our images with using the AI. I think this is the best option in this tablet. We can tap done, save copy, and now the copy of this photo will be saved. And that's it. That's it for this video. These are all the cool AI features in this tablet. And yes, that's it. Hope it helps you, and goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will be showcasing all cool AI features that can be found on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! So I don't really want to get into every single AI feature, because then this video would quite literally take forever, especially since I don't want to talk about it. I also want to show how this feels. And of course, I'm not going to count on things like, oh, okay, did you know you can install ChatGPT here? Because that's kind of stupid, let's be honest. And I want only to include things that can be found in the settings themselves, or generally speaking on your device, just globally. And note that on most of these things will require you to use your Samsung account. So let's go into Galaxy AI, and here you have a list. Technically, you can just see everything here, and you could just, say, okay, I'm done now. You can literally click off the video. But once again, I want to go into more information about this, because I think it will give us many more things. So what can we start? Well, let's start with the thing that actually is very cool about this device, and it's the pen itself. Whenever we try using the pen, we see a little icon here. Whenever we click it, we should see this fancy little animation. that we can, for example, draw a star, and we can unleash the artist inside us. We can transform simple sketches into awesome art. We can create images from text descriptions and turn photos into cartoons, paintings, and more. So basically all that fancy magic stuff. Let's click the arrow, and for example, let's go into drawing assist. Of course, we have to agree to Galaxy AI whenever we are going to use it for the first time. Once again, this is your last chance for actually seeing every single AI function that's displayed on this device, and I will hit continue. So we can now unleash the artist inside us, and let's go into OK. And we can get creative. So for example, we can choose how our AI will choose things. Personally, I think that 3D cartoon looks garbage, so I'm going to choose with illustration, and I'm going to let's add a little demon. So oh no, I can't draw. Oh, that's pretty funny. Why can't I draw? That's pretty interesting, because I didn't enable this. So now we can draw. I'm going to draw something very simple, like this little, even here a little things here. So I will draw a little demon. So let's have it. Oh, I am such a beautiful artist. Do you like my demon? I hope you like it. Of course, I don't want to waste too much time on this, but now basically you can hit generate, and I have illustration set up. So now basically the AI will be fed our thing, and we can see. Okay, actually, that really resembles what I drew. Wow, that's almost surprising. So for example, you can now go into pop art with this. So let's go and generate something from the pop art. Or actually, I think the old painting will look even cooler. So let's wait for a moment. I like how this almost looks like a cat. Like, and I have no idea what this little artifact is here. But as you can see, you can just play around with this feature. It's pretty cool. But once again, I don't want to waste too much time on this. So let's go back. And we can actually help ourselves with something much more practical. For example, the transcript assist. We can enter our voice recorder here. So as you can see, we have a nice view on what's new in the voice recorder. So you can turn speech into text, we can summarize the recording, which is pretty cool, and we can translate and compare it. So let's start. Let's give the microphone things, and we can go and start recording. So now I'm going to talk about something very important, very fun, and very specific. Like, so specific, it's a secret of the universe. Seriously, if you're going to keep listening, I will tell you the secrets of the universe. And I hope that the AI summary will give me the information. I know you're going to use AI summary against me. I just know. I hope you really like my acting skills. But let's hit save, and now you can click the recording, and you can just hit that transcribe button. So as we can see, we are... Oh yeah, we have to download English United Kingdom language pack. Oh, did it detect my accent? Did it thought I was British? Because technically we could have been downloading the United States English. That's pretty funny. Anyway, we can now transcribe it into English. It will analyze our recording, and after a quick moment, we should see a nice little text on our side. It's actually pretty funny. Oh, finally! So now we have Chronics, and now we're going to talk about something very important, very fun, and very specific, like so specific, the secrets to your universe. You've heard it already. And now, I believe if we click this icon here, we can go into Summarize. So let's go OK. And we have a nice summary of our recording. Now, how can you use this? Well, Personally, I would use it so I can record my lessons in the school. I can have this specific or like the lectures on the college, and then you have the ability to transcribe it, and then you can perform a summary, which, yeah, it's pretty cool. It's pretty practical as well. But of course, that is not all. I have no idea why this video is already 7 minutes long. As you can see, there's a plenty of different things. But for example, we can cut something off from our photos. Like if I'm going to... Okay, I will just pause the recording. So now I have made a nice image, like a photo. I click the A button. Here is what I can see, and here are all the things that you can do with photos. So for example, we can draw something around this logo right here, and we can simply hit the erase button, and after a moment, it's gone. We can hit the generate, and we should see a new version of that image without the logo on our side. And as you can see, the logo is gone. We can now save copy. And also, it's pretty nice that when you save an image edited with AI, a watermark and context screenshots are added to the image, and it will basically show that this is indeed an AI generated content. I really love this feature. I think it's a must-have nowadays. So this is the original photo. This is the newly generated one, with the watermark being very small and in the left bottom corner. Of course, you can do so much more. For example, we can go back to the AI button. We can change its rotation, and I believe this should also generate outsides. We can try that out. We can also, for example, move it. So let's move it, for example, here, and let's make it big. So we have this big logo nowadays. And I think I'm going to leave the rotation as well. So now we can hit the generate once again. So let's see what will happen. I'm guessing that now this will take longer, so I'm also going to pause the video. Okay, it took a few seconds. This is the original, this is the one we made before, and this is the one we made right now. As you can see, the ability to change stuff and move it around is pretty limited, but it did add up and details pretty well. I'm going to put it even further, so I'm going to quickly rotate it really hard. So let's rotate it like 40. Oh, we can only have it rotating at this angle. That's pretty sad. Okay, I have an idea. Okay, so I've made this new photo with a logo being cut off, a pen being cut off, and even a hair inside, which looks pretty fun. I think we can try to change it, so we can go into AI. We can rotate it like this. So now the AI has to make a new pen and made up the logo. I'm really interested in what it's going to about change. We can also, for example, pick this up. And let's say I want to move it. So I want to move it, let's say in this shadow. I'm going to wonder if maybe this will be put in the shadow now. And that's all. Let's hit generate, and let's wait and see what will happen. And unfortunately, I'm kind of disappointed. You can see this little artifact here. If we show original, we can have side-by-side comparison, but I think the side-by-side comparison is better if I will just save the copy. And now, here is the original image, with the shadow here, the part from the pen here, the Samsung pen here, and the logo. So actually, I'm really surprised that the AI managed to capture our logo pretty well. Like, this looks almost legit. If only it was able to move the pen end from the shadow, from the light to the shadow, but it just removed it completely, leaving a little spot behind. And also it's completely, I guess it kind of didn't know what to do with the pen, so it got rid of it completely. And it's a way of doing that, sure. But as you can see, even with really basic ability to mark things away and click the erase button, I can do really big stuff. So I do think that the AI itself is pretty advanced, and you can surely have fun with it. can do something more? Sure. As I said before, once again, I can go and show you all the list of different AI applications. If you own the Galaxy Tab, or if you don't know if you want to buy it, and you really like AI features, you can always see it here. Like, for example, I don't know, you can go into Samsung different application and you can have an AI summary of the site that you're on. That's pretty cool. You basically have the auto format option for notes with the inclusion of ability to draw and like drawing assist and all of that. We have the audio eraser, which is really like an epic game changer. We have photo ambient wallpaper. We have now breathe. Okay, these two are actually kind of meh, but yeah, the features are a lot, and I think these three are probably my most favorites. And yeah, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. See you next time.
Welcome, in front of me is Samsung Galaxy Tab S11 5G, and in this video I will show you what to do if your fingerprint recognition scanner doesn't register your fingerprints correctly. In such case, you're gonna have to open settings, and in settings scroll down. First let me lower the brightness a little. Then in settings go to lock screen. Select screen lock and biometrics and enter your password if you have one. If you don't have one, of course, add it before. Then go to fingerprints, and before you add a fingerprint to your device, of course, if you have any previously added fingerprints, then remove them beforehand. And also make sure that your device doesn't have any unoriginal screen protectors on it, because they may affect the way that your fingerprint unlocking behaves. And also make sure to wipe the entire surface of your screen to make sure that it registers the fingerprints correctly. Be careful not to damage your screen. And once you're ready, tap register and proceed by pressing this reader with your fingerprints, with your finger. Try using different parts of your finger to press it to ensure the best experience for you. Proceed. Okay, it's almost filled, and okay, and right now we are done. So right now you can click done, then scroll down the settings to software update, select software update, then select download and install, and check if your device has any updates to download. And if it doesn't, if it does, of course, take your time and install them. But if it doesn't, hold down the power button and the volume down key at the same time until you see this screen, then select restart, confirm, and wait until your tablet is restarted. Then we're gonna check the way fingerprint scanner lock behaves now. Okay, once the tablet is restarted, first you're gonna have to enter your password to unlock this device, and then we'll be able to use our fingerprint instead. So let's lock the screen and let's use the fingerprint to unlock this device. Okay, so it worked for the first time. Let's try it a couple more times. Okay, once again. Okay, and it works almost perfectly, and I hope that it does for you too. And if this video helped you, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got the Galaxy Tab S11, and let me share with you how to fix up crashing. Alright, so let's pretend that I've got problems with opening the Google Chrome. So simply find your app and tap on it and hold it. And now tap on this info icon in the right upper corner. Here, first thing you should do is to tap on force stop, because sometimes if it is running in the background, even though it is not visible in the recents, it might interfere and it won't let you open the app at all. So just force stop, tap on OK, and after that, I mean, you can try to open it again, but I highly recommend to scroll down a little bit to find the storage, localize this cache section, and if you've got any kind of cache here saved, just tap on clear cache. Basically, cache are junk files which are saved by your device, but they are not necessary for the proper usage of the app. Moreover, they sometimes might interfere, so make sure that the cache is 0. After that, you can either try to open the app, or you can force restart, or basically just soft reset, I mean power off and power on the device again. You can simply press the power button and volume down button together long enough, and do it together, because I didn't, and then simply tap on power off or restart, and after that those changes should be confirmed. If that didn't work, I highly recommend to check for the updates. Basically, sometimes the older versions of the apps might not work. So all you have to do is to go to the Play Store, make sure that you've got the Google account added and that you've got the internet connection. You can check how to add the Google account to this device on our channel. So let's tap on the search. Tap on the search bar and enter Chrome, because we are interested in Chrome. So just tap on it, and here we've got the information. As you can see, it is highlighted. We've got Google Chrome, which is installed. And if the update is available, instead of open, you will have the option update. And I highly recommend to simply update it. Just download it, let it install. If you wish, you can turn off your device and then turn it on again to confirm, and try to open the Chrome. If that didn't work, I highly recommend to actually uninstall it. So just come back to this section, tap on uninstall, wait, go through all of those steps, and then tap on install again. It is because that sometimes overwriting the newer version over the old one might cause some additional problems. So installing directly the newest version might be better option. So try to consider this option too. As a last resort, I highly recommend to also check the system update, because sometimes older versions might now work perfectly with the new apps. So go to the settings, and here in this left section we have to scroll down to find software update. It's quite easy in this device. And now tap on download and install. And your device will check for the updates. Obviously, if you've got the internet connection, make sure that you've got one. So it will check for the updates, and basically, if your device will find it, I highly recommend to simply tap on download or install. Just go through all of the process and try to install the Google Chrome again. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Welcome, in front of me is Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and in this video I will show you what to do if you forgot the lock screen password to your tablet. So, if you forgot the lock screen password and there is no way that you can remember the previous one you used to access your device with, then the best option for you would be to contact Samsung customer support service, tell them about this issue, and if you can prove the ownership of your tablet to them, they'll most likely be able to help you out with this problem. And the only thing that you're gonna have to do is go through a couple of troubleshooting steps, confirm your identity by showing the proof of the ownership of this tablet, for example by showing them a receipt from the store where you bought it, and after that you will be able to regain access to your account without removing any data from it. But if the data isn't a problem, you can still perform a factory reset operation on your device, and this way you will also regain access to your account, except for you'll have to set this device up again, and all the data from your tablet will be removed. But you can still do this by using any other device to access any web browser to search for the Find Hub service on it. Just look up Find Hub by Google. Once you find it, open it, then sign into the service using the Google account that is linked to this tablet, then select devices and choose this tablet in your devices. Then select factory reset device and begin the factory reset process on this tablet. Once the factory reset operation is performed, you'll be able to set this device up once again. Now, the other way to perform a factory reset operation is locally, and to perform it locally you're gonna have to enter recovery mode and perform factory reset to recovery mode. If you don't know how to access recovery mode on this tablet, you're gonna have to check the video on our channel called How to Perform Factory Reset Operation to Recovery Mode on Galaxy Tab S11. So if you're interested, go ahead and check that video out. And for this one, I hope that it was helpful, and if it was, please consider subscribing to our channel, leave us a like in the comment below, and I'll see you in the next one.
Hi everyone, in front of me I've got Galaxy Tab S11 and let me share with you how to free up storage without removing the apps. So let's begin with opening the settings, and here in this left section let's scroll almost all the way down to find the apps. So here we've got the list of all apps which are currently installed on this device, and what I highly recommend to do is to go through all of those apps and remove cache. So find the app, for example this one, tap on it, and then scroll down to find the storage section. And as you can see, here we've got the option cache or section cache. Basically, cache are junk files which are saved by your device, but they are not necessary for the usage of the app. So what I highly recommend to do is to simply tap on clear cache, and as you can see your device will immediately remove it, thanks to which it will release some memory. And that's why I highly recommend to go through all of those apps, especially those which are using, and remove cache because probably they've got a lot of saved. Another thing which you can do is to go to device care, which is right above the apps. So let's tap on device care, and here we've got this section storage. Let's tap. And as you can see, of course, here you've got the details of your internal storage, but here you've got something called duplicated files and large files. And what I highly recommend to do is to simply tap on those specific sections where your device will show you everything, and I highly recommend to remove those which are not necessary or which are duplicated, or those which you don't use. Moreover, there's also another section which I highly recommend to check, which is downloads. So let's find your file manager, whatever file manager you're using. For sure you will have this section. I will use my files. As you can see here in the left, we've got downloads, and what I highly recommend to do is to go through all of those files and remove those which are not necessary, because let's be honest, usually we are downloading a lot of stuff and then we forget about it, but they are still stored in this download section and they are occupying memory. And as a last resort, last but not least, I highly recommend to consider the backup. It doesn't matter where, it could be just Google, OneDrive, whatever. Just consider it. You can also check our detailed video of how to do it on this device. And this video is completely focused on the backup. Basically, you will be able to save your photos and videos in other safe place, thanks to which you will secure them from the accidental loss, for example. But at the same time, you will be able to remove them from the internal storage, and thanks to it, you will release the memory without removing the apps. Alright, so that will be all. Thank you so much for watching. Please hit the subscribe button and leave the thumbs up.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video, I will show you how to fix battery drain on Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. And let's begin! The battery drain fix is something very open to interpretation, since the battery drain itself comes from various sources. Let's start with our display. If we go to settings and then let's simply head into display, here are all the settings we want to change for the beginning of the video. This is because, well, it's pretty obvious, but the screen is actually the one thing that eats the most battery. It's not your CPU, it's not your applications, just your screen. So let's optimize it a bit. First of all, we can enable or disable adaptive brightness. It's completely up to you. For example, I'm not a big fan of it. I think that having the 100% power of your brightness bar is probably better than having it automatic, because if I will increase it, you can see that now it automatically increased my brightness. So I will now disable it and I will lower it down. And generally speaking, you want to lower your brightness down, because the brighter the screen, let's just bump this up incredibly. I know everything is dark now. If you bump up your brightness a lot, everything will need more battery to display itself, because it's just brighter. It's just how it works. So if you want to, you can always just lower down your brightness, even tremendously. And I would say, personally, to disable the adaptive brightness, since with the adaptive brightness you don't have as much control over that feature, at least to me, but if you want to, you can always leave it on. Now we can go into motion smoothness, and you probably want to make sure that you have it set to standard. I know that adaptive sounds more fancy, as it will, sometimes adjust your refresh screen to 120 Hz, so when you're scrolling you can have a smooth scroll. The problem is that rarely people actually notice the difference. I know that there are quite a few people who think that there is a very big difference, but like maybe in gaming, sure, in gaming the refresh rate is pretty important, but on the tablet itself, I don't think so. And it's pretty obvious, as you can see. We can even see here that we can get a longer battery life by just setting it up to 60 Hz. So yeah, it does help you battery drain if you have one, and kind of it makes your screen worse, but in reality you'll probably get used to it, or even better, you won't even notice a difference. So now we can go into the screen timeout itself, and as you can see, it is currently set to 10 minutes, which is quite a lot. This means, if you don't know, that after 10 minutes of an activity, my screen should automatically lock itself, which is all cool and all, but what if I would, for example, just stop the video now and leave the room? Well, my Samsung Tab S11 would still be turned on for 10 minutes, and only then it would just turn itself off. So I would advise you to set it to, for example, 1 minute or at best 2 minutes, because generally speaking, the bigger the value, the bigger the battery usage. Also, you can set it to very low amount, like 30 seconds, but keep screen on while viewing on, and with that you won't really have the disadvantage of having a low screen timeout, because I think everyone was there when you were using your phone and then it just turns itself off, even though you're still using it, which is not very cool, which is why many people in the first place increase the screen timeout. But with that simple changes, you should increase the battery usage, but there is one simple setting that I actually kind of left out, and it's the light mode itself. And because many screens nowadays are OLED screens, this means that the brighter the pixel, the bigger battery usage. That's pretty self-explanatory. This is why brightness increase will also increase the battery usage. But if you will switch it to dark mode, now I know my camera here will do weird things, but if you switch to dark mode, you will notice that many things now are actually darker, which means that naturally they have decreased battery usage, because they just don't need as much battery power to display themselves since they are black. But I will change the back just because you can, I believe on the video itself you can watch the light mode better than dark mode. So technically speaking, this is all for the display section of our display, but there is second biggest use feature that uses your battery, and is the CPU itself. Now, how do we actually decrease the CPU? Well, we could go into battery and into power saving, and by default, if we enable power saving, few things actually enable themselves, but most important one is here at the top, limiting CPU speed to 70%. And it is very cool. Technically, you could disable that if you think that it's slowing down your tablet, but in reality, if you're not gaming in some very huge games, then this shouldn't really matter. And generally speaking, the power saving mode is very, very cool and all, but it tends to be pretty annoying if you have to manually turn it on each time. But what if I told you that you can actually do it automatically? Well, in order to do it, you want to navigate further up and then head into Modes and Routines. Now, in here we have two things, Modes and Routines. Technically, this is doable in the Modes, but personally I prefer Routines better, since they just give you more things to do. So, let's simply click the plus icon, and let's create a new routine. Now, this may seem kind of hard to do, this is kind of hard to follow, but I will try to do it as slow as possible. And if you want to learn more about routines themselves, because they are really cool, you can always watch my full tutorial on routines on our channel here. So let's go into the triggers, and now we want to scroll down a little and find battery level. Now let's simply get rid of our 5 here, which I can't do for some reason. Thank you. And now I will input, for example, let's go into 20. And I will hit done. This means that we now have a condition that will activate this routine every single time our battery drops below 20%. And inside then, our routines should automatically detect that we want to do something with battery, and it will already suggest us the power saving mode. But if you don't see it, you can always just go into search and type in power saving mode, which I failed. And we should have it right here. So now let's go and let's make sure that now it's enabled, and let's simply save the routine. We can keep the name of battery level, that's completely fine, and I will change the icon to something like this, or maybe let's set it to this reddish color, and let's hit done. And with that simple thing, now every time our battery drops below 20%, our power saving mode will automatically enable itself, giving us more time to use our device before the battery completely drains out. Of course, if you want to edit this routine, we can always hit edit. And now, for example, you can change the threshold. So let's say that you want to make sure that your battery level is, let's set it to 30, for example. So let's try to remove this. And now let's set it to 30. So as you can see, you can easily do that. And now our power saving mode will enable itself only after our battery drops below 30%, and after we charge up our phone and then we increase it, it should automatically disable itself. We can actually improve this even further, but this is like very advanced. But we can go into add action, we can try to navigate into advanced options, and now we want to go into if else. So now we can go into if. We want to tap to set the condition, which doesn't work for some reason. No, wait, why it's not working? Maybe because I'm clicking the wrong thing, but we definitely want to go upwards with this. And then we want to simply go, I'm sorry, I just paused the video because I was trying to go here, but you actually want to click here. So that was quite stupid. But anyway, now we want to get our charging status. And let's go into is charging. It doesn't really matter how we are charging. So now we have this kind of complicated condition, but now we want to get rid of the power saving in here. So let's remove it. And now we want to go into else and enable power saving mode. So this looks kind of complicated. I absolutely get it, because this looks like very chaotic thing. But basically, whenever our battery drops below 30%, we want to check if we are currently charging our device. So, and if we are, we're just doing nothing, it doesn't really matter. But if we are not charging currently, we want to enable power saving mode. This way, we don't really have to bother with limited CPU speed or dark mode if you don't want it, whenever we are dropped below 30%, but we are charging up our device anyway. Of course, you can always skip that and you can have it so the power saving mode is always on no matter what when your battery drops below 30%. But I think that this simple, though quite complicated at first glance, and change will improve your quality of life tremendously. So now we simply hit save, and as you can see, because we dropped below 30%, our automatic routine is currently running, which is pretty cool. But anyway, that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching.
Welcome. In front of me is a Samsung Galaxy Tab S11, and today I will show you how you can format your SD card. So, to get started, we will open up our settings, and in here, navigate down to Device Care. And in here, you will find storage. Click on it. Next, you want to flip to the next page. As you can see, we have two pages. So the main one shows the storage of the tablet itself. You flip it to the left. You can see now we have our SD card. Now, once you have it selected, you want to click right here on these three dots and then select Format. And just confirm by selecting Format the second time. Now, I do have 50 gigabytes right here of storage that I do not want to get rid of, so I'm just going to select Cancel. But once you click on Format on your end, it deletes all the data. And once it's finished, the card is just formatted and reformatted to the correct storage type and automatically detected by the device and mounted. So you don't need to do anything extra. You can just start loading data back onto it if you want to. So anyway, with that being said, hopefully you found this very helpful, and if you did, don't forget to hit like, subscribe, and thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome back to HardReset.Info. In this video I will show you how to fully customize your Samsung Galaxy Tab S11. Let's begin! A little warning, for this tutorial you will need to have a Google account, a Samsung account, and you need to be logged into that account. But let's start from the beginning. How can we possibly customize this thing? This is almost fresh new tablet out of the hard reset. We only have few more applications and that's literally it. Well, the basics. We can hold our finger onto basically anything and you can move it around. This includes widgets. This includes applications, and this also includes the ability to, for example, remove something from our main home screen without actually uninstalling it completely. And also, few widgets can be modified. For example, the search bar is usually able to be extended to really high amounts, which, as you can see, looks pretty funny. So, for example, I will remove this widget. I will also remove this widget. I will make this, I will make this. And now I think I'm going to actually play around with it and I'm going to create a little face because why not? So now we can go here and we have a little face. Here is one eye, here is the other, and here is the mouth. Congratulations, you have customized your home screen. But obviously there is many more things to do, like the wallpaper, the icons, the colors, everything. Well, actually let's start with the colors. In order to change the theme from white to dark, you want to navigate to display, and here you can switch to dark. I'm only going to use dark because my camera is broken and I want to relatively stay at whiter colors. But you can also scroll down into the home screen, and here, for example, you can increase the app size, you can hide the name labels and also the widget labels if you want to. You can also change the home screen layout if you want to, and also you can change the grid to be even bigger. So here are some very basic customizations. Also, I would advise you to disable the media page. At least you're actually a user of it. Personally, I'm not a big fan. I just find it annoying. But if you want, you can leave that on. So, as you can see, this is almost all for the customization part. But once again, there's so much more we can do. Let's navigate into settings. Let's go into wallpaper and style. And in here, we want to go into change wallpapers. As you can see, we have this featured wallpaper of this, so technically we can set it up. And this is basically the base wallpaper. And here we can also customize not only the home screen, but lock screen as well. We can also move around the clock. We can also move around the widgets. And we can add new widgets, or we can remove old ones. As you can see, we can even tap here to take some widgets to the left of the lock screen. And you can also change these shortcuts on the lock screen, so we can go into no shortcut at all, or for example torch, which I find really useful. And also we can go into variations if the, as you can see, oh, the colors are pretty nice. If the wallpaper has some variations, we can also check it. And if you want to save it, you can simply hit done. So congratulations, you have changed wallpapers. But is there more we can do here? Well, yes. We can change the theme. And usually here I would say to, for example, go into the settings, scroll, oh, I failed. Scroll down a little and enter themes. But actually, recently they have removed that. We only have wallpaper and style, and there isn't a section for themes, which usually would transport you into the themes section, and from there you could, for example, install a different theme with fully customizable icons, backgrounds, animations, and all of that. Actually, it's gone now, and to be honest, I have no idea where it went. You can't search for the themes here, because you won't really find anything. The only thing you can customize is the theme of your keyboard, but not exactly from your whole system, which kind of sucks. So instead we can head into our Play Store and we can search for themes. So for example, I will search for Galaxy themes, but it doesn't really matter. And also it doesn't really matter exactly which application we're going to use. For example, we have like these themes for Samsung, which has tons of edgy themes. We have Galaxy themes, which isn't the application from the Galaxy team, but we also have different themes and icons. I'm kind of surprised they've removed this feature, and now you have to be really dependent on third-party software, which kind of sucks, to be honest. I have no idea why have they done this. This strikes me. But generally speaking, you don't really want to use that, and if you do, be careful about the ads. However, there is a safer way for you to customize your device, especially when it comes to wallpapers. Yeah, we can head into settings, we can head into that wallpaper and style, and let's go back into change wallpapers. Actually, I'm going to quickly talk about palette. The palette, after enabling, will change the whole colors of your screen. We have the colors from our wallpaper, but you can also go into basic colors, and for example, we can make everything green, or this nice shade of almost green blue. I think I'm going to leave that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So whenever we hit apply, we can see that now, after a moment, everything should have these colors. So for example, we should have it right here, for example, as the bars. It's kind of subtle, but I really like it, and every single enable now will also have this as well. But anyway, we can go back and, for example, enable the palette to colors and to icons, and now almost everything will have this palette, which is kind of cool. Even the Chrome has it. It looks pretty awesome to me. But okay, let's not like spoil the thing. Let's finally go into the wallpapers. And of course, I am talking with creation with AI. You can play around with photo ambient. I do find this feature really amazing, but I don't really have a nice photo right now, so I can just create one on my own. Also, this also includes the package of the AI with the Samsung account. If you are not logged in, you won't be able to use it. But here we have a few things. We have some imaginary things, we have paintings, terrains, different amount of stuff. I'm going to go into terrain. So as you can see, we have surreal, beach, and shades of silver. Cool. But we can go into surreal, and for example, we can change from surreal to realistic. We can change the beach from being a beach to every other thing. So I'm going to go into I believe swamp. I think the swamp will really match my vibes. And finally we can choose the color, so of course the swamp has to be green. And let's hit generate. We also have to agree to terms of conditions and all of that. And we can finally generate some nice image. If the wallpaper is going to be way too dark, I don't think I will set it up. Okay, that's looking pretty interesting, but unfortunately it's not something what I wanted. I will swap from the realistic to surreal, and I can just hit the generate again. I don't think there's a limit for you to do it, so we can just generate as many things as you can. Though in the case of swamp, I don't think there's really much difference here. Yeah, and the colors are pretty dark, so I don't want it. And you can just play around with everything. I can go with imaginary, and I can go, for example, with a surreal, let's say UFO made of, oh my goodness gracious, made of wool in shades of green and teal. Generate. Like, this sounds incredibly stupid, but we'll have this funny thing that looks kind of like a nuclear explosion. But yeah, we can, for example, set this as our lock screen. So let's disable the home screen. Let's hit done. And as you can see, this is our... Of course, we can only see it after locking the screen. But this is our wallpaper. And I think that's looking pretty cool. Of course, you can always just go into your browser. For example, the Chrome browser, which is right here. And you can just search... Oh, My Little Pony. Who would have guessed? And wow, this even looks like a wallpaper to me. So you know what you want to do now. You want to press and hold and simply hit download, or download here. You can open it, and you can also set it up. Well, let's open it with our gallery. So let's open it with gallery, and now we can set it up as wallpaper as well. That's literally it. Or you can set it up as cold background even. So I'm going to go with the lock screen maybe. And you can also save it, and then we can go and create a wallpaper of that. Even better, we can, for example, go and enhance it with some effects. So we can have blur, grayscale, we can have different colors on it. If we go back, we can also have some different frames here, which also looks cool. Though the fist does look kind of funny. We can also enhance it with AI, because now everything has AI. Oh, that's looking really depressing. Sure, we can go with it. Like, seriously, you can just hit apply, you can hit done, and here we have our beautiful lock screen. Amazing. Who would have asked for more? And I think that's all for this video. If you found it useful, make sure to leave a like, subscribe, and as always, thanks for watching. And if you have more tips and tricks on how to fully customize your device, you can always share them down in the comments below. Anyway, thanks for watching, and see you next time.